good afternoon, and good evening, but more importantly, blue morning to you because, of course, it is the Blue Morning Show. We're back again. We've taken about a week or so break, but we're back at it. And today we're going to talk about Raphinha, Kiulibaly, De Ligt, Ousmane, Dembele, Jules, Kounde, and all the transfer related, the transfer news is related to Chelsea Football Club, or maybe about players that are aligned, that are linked with Chelsea Football Club. But the truth is, it's going to be fun today, and we'll see whether people are still panicking or whether people have hopes given the moves that Todd Boehly has made in the market. But overall, it will be a fun show, and I'm glad and happy to say that I already have Ty in the house. So sit back, relax, and let's get into the show. Yes, big up my people, and welcome back to Chelsea Perspective. Welcome back to the Blue Morning Show. I still sound sleepy, but maybe a sip of my coffee will help me wake up properly. Bobby, how are you doing? And I hope you're doing well.
Yeah, good, coach. Good, coach. Good to see you back.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and nice to see you guys. And Ty, how about you, brother? How are you doing?
I'm just laughing right now because of some things, but you'll discuss that soon.
Yeah, brilliant, brilliant. Thank you, and nice to have you guys. As it is a tradition here, I will start by looking at what we have in the chat already because this is designed to be an interactive show, so it's important we carry along those in the chat and they make it the show that it is today. Liam Lane already in the house. Liam, nice to see you. He says, Blue Morning Coachila, and all joining the panel and chat. Hope you are had a great break. Yes, I do. I enjoyed my break. A much needed break. And I can say I'm fully fueled right now. Over fueled that I actually overslept. But that's, by the way, thank you very much for asking. Citron, hello everyone. I hope it's well. Yes, we're all well. I hope you're well, and I do hope things are all well at your end. Good morning, Coachila. Yes, back to talk Chelsea. Big up the panel. Big up to you, Deals CLC, my brother. Always nice to see you here. Thank you for always supporting the channel. Big up chat, I meant, but no worries. Whatever you say, I understand. I understood. Phantom is back. Yeah, Phantom is back. Yes, not Coachila, but Phantom is back. That's important too. And thank you for all the text messages asking how I'm doing. I sincerely do appreciate that. A big Tony, it's unbelievable that we are still struggling to sign players. We'll talk about it later. Right now, I hope you're good. Where are you, Coachila? Good question. I overslept, probably because I thought I was still in holiday. My body clock, the body clock usually takes time to adjust, but I think I'll be able by tomorrow. I'm waiting patiently, Coach. At least I am always. Yeah, that's the truth. Sincere apologies to you. It's not okay to keep you guys waiting. So many transfer updates today. Coachila needs the extra time to gather all the information. I guess you could say that way, blue blood. But more importantly, I hope you're well. Big up Coachila. Where is the link? Deals. If you need the link, I'd have to send it to you through Instagram, and send me a message through Instagram and ask the link. So I'm sure I'm talking with the same Deals. That's my friend here. You know the reason why I'm reluctant to send the link in the chat because of what has happened before. Coachila. No, thank you very much. Just Biala here took a time to do a research on how to say welcome back in my language, and she said it correctly. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. How are you? I hope you're doing well, and I do sincerely do have things are well at your end. Blue Money, guys. Alex Toto. Blue morning to you too. I hope you're doing well. And by the way, Just Viola is the queen of Chelsea Perspective. Hi, Just Viola says, Yep, hi to you too, says Zach back to says good morning. Good morning to you too, Zach. I hope you're doing well. Again, I'm going to skip the greetings and down to the bottom end, except for people that I haven't said hello to. Why Chelsea not selling? I'm not going to read that right now. What time is it for you, Coachila? Right now it is 3:54 a.m. But I'm good. It's just that I've been away for a while, so gotten used to sleeping in and then sleeping for a while. John CFC, good afternoon. Nice to see you here, John. I hope you're doing well. Sam Ballard, hi to you too. I hope you're doing well. And hi to everybody else. And to my brother, welcome back, King. You were missed. I missed you too, brother. In a bit, I will take a second to send you the link in case you have time to join us on the panel. But I know you're always busy. And by the way, Lionel will soon be starting. What's it called again? I just lost it, but I'll talk about it in a bit. But if you haven't, go check out his channel. Great content. He's not the type to jump on the bus because everybody's there. He says it as it is. So I urge you to go check out his content. Very objective, and you will like it. He's only one of few who openly called for the club not to sign Romelu Lukaku. That's going to be a bad business. Others would just jump in on the bus because every other person did so. But that's by the way. I'm going to come back to the panel immediately, and I'll start with Bobby and to see how he feels. Before I left for vacation, I know he wasn't happy with the club. He wasn't happy with the way things were going. He was concerned, let me put it that way, but he's here to correct me if I misquote him. Bobby, how are you feeling right now? Have you changed or are you still concerned?
How do I put this? I still have some concerns with the way things are going. It's very clear that Chelsea at the moment is in a big mess. But, there are mitigating reasons for that. But it doesn't take away the fact that we are in a big mess. The dealings and actions of the former board did not particularly help. The government sanctions has placed the club at a huge disadvantage, such that we've started the transfer race and negotiations months behind everybody else, as can be seen from the fact that Raphinha had personal terms agreed with Barcelona 4 months ago, and we weren't even in the reckoning because we were sanctioned. We were not allowed to do anything. Then coupled with the fact that the current ownership is inexperienced in dealing with football, and it's showing. The scouting team is not helpful. So there's a lot to do, and I'm just praying that we survive this transfer window and actually get some players. You can see what's happening with our attempts to get players. It's all over the place. Such that I even put out a tweet, I don't know if anybody's even going to read it. But, I put out a tweet to Chelsea. I said, look, you want a sporting director? I don't know what you're doing, but come to me. I will be your sporting director. Because anybody who is anybody can actually go in there and help sort out this mess. It is chaos. It is chaos at Chelsea at the moment. The targets, nobody seems to know what targets to go for, how to go for them. We are not securing targets in a strategic manner. And at the moment, it's a mess. Now, I think it's also a bit of an indictment to say that the only player that we seem confident of getting is Raheem Sterling, and even that deal's not done. Is this panic stations? Well, yes and no. It's just a reflection on reality. Because you reflect on reality, it shouldn't always be swept under the carpet as panicking. This is the current reality. We've got Todd Bowley, one of the owners, actually now acting up as sporting director, acting up as negotiator, deal maker, everything, which to me is symptomatic of the inexperience of the current owners. Because to be fair, even though we were sanctioned and even though the sale was rushed through, they did enough due diligence to get to even buy the club in the first place to have at least been able to put certain things in place now, which would help this very speedy transition. The problem at the moment they have is that they've had to do everything quickly. They've had to buy the club quickly. They had to do the transfers quickly, and they've not really been able to sit down and draw breath. So I feel for them, but time waits for no one. And this is the Premier League. And, you know, all these people saying, oh, let's just do this. Next summer we'll come back. Look, if next summer you're coming back after either finishing 15th in the league or, you know, even being relegated, then you really are, you know, compounding things. So the problem has to be dealt with now, and we've lost a lot of ground. Spurs has strengthened. They've got all their players in, well, almost all, and they're going to be with Antonio Conte for the pre-season. Can you imagine that? Imagine how he's going to grill them. You know, Liverpool, they're sitting pretty, they're organized, waiting for pre-season. Man City, the same thing. And Chelsea have not got one target. Or as it looks like, they'll be getting players coming in during pre-season. So they're going from chaos to chaos to chaos. It's not good. It's not good at all.
I completely understand your concerns. It's a genuine concern. The all general concerns because the truth is it's not always good to, you know, for your new signings not to participate in the preseason. And again, I like it that you mentioned how the restrictions were on the you know, didn't help Matthijs, and all the changes in from experience. Those, even though I understand, I know how you feel about the previous board. But you made a good point there. The new board isn't really experienced in terms of dealing with football matters. But that's why we tie your thoughts on everything that Bobby says. I want us to, you know, to address that one and then put it aside before we go ahead with what we have to talk about. Ty, have we lost you? Okay, Lionel, welcome to the panel. How are you doing, brother?
I'm good, thanks. How are you, man?
Fine, I can't complain, bro. I can't complain. My question to you is, thank you. Nice to have you too, but on the panel, bro. My question to you straight away would be: you heard everything Bobby said. Your thoughts about us being, you know, the dilemma we're facing, if you want to see it that way. You know, we're in serious trouble. That's his points in total.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. I think we are in trouble. I think if we were looking at the 19-point gap that we had between us and City last season, I mean, it is true that we've had the sanctions and all of these things that have happened to the club, but at the same time, our most successful seasons is when we've had the players there for pre-season. They've understood the coaches' ideas and ideology of how he wants to play, and I think it's important that, you know, these players come in early. And it seems like we're taking so much time on certain transfers. And yes, they might still be coming in. Yes, the players will eventually be part of the Chelsea team, but it's about getting them into the team now so Thomas Tuchel can impose that kind of football mentality that he wants, and that's not happening, and it's a big problem. And yeah, I'm stressing out a bit, to be honest. I have an uneasy feeling about this new season if we don't make things happen as soon as possible.
Yeah, it's important we get the business we have to do. We get them done as soon as possible, to have the players participate during the preseason, and not to, you know, go into the market and then the best players are all taken. But there are some good signs here and there. Hopefully we get the Raphinha deal wrapped up and we get the lead. Then we need just a few signings here and there, and it will be good. But we'll get into it. Let me just catch up with the chat. Just Viola says it's good. The Queen of the House says it is good to see everyone on here. Yes, that's just the truth. I'm happy too. Philip Smith, my brother, my Indian brother, says it looks like Chelsea are letting Liverpool, Manchester United, and Manchester City strengthen. Even Arsenal and Spurs are getting stronger. That is just the truth. But again, I have to be, even though I'm concerned, to a certain measure, I still think we'll be all right. I still think our main targets are still available in the market. The only player that we really wanted, if you ask me, that we didn't get, I heard we really wanted would be Richarlison. But that's, by the way, we'll see. There's still a lot of time. There's still 2 months to go in the market, and I still hope, I still believe we'll be able to get the manager all the players he wants. Yeah, Matt, I went on vacation to Texas, just a state about 2-3 hours flight away from where I live. Has to be really going to invest money into our club. They want to do that, but the truth is, are they going to be able to get the players that the manager wants? That's where I am really concerned. Will they be able to get players in? Yes, they will be able to get players in, but will they be the players we want? That remains to be seen, but we'll see what happens. Here, Zach back to say, just follow Chelsea Perspective on Instagram. Maybe I could get on and speak with you guys as soon. If not, it's okay. You could, yes, but here's the rule. If this is your first time, I just want to see your face first, then I'll let you in. So don't worry about that. If you send me a message on Instagram, I will send you the link. Not a problem. But remember, we're going to have only 6 panelists maximum at the same time. And like I've mentioned before, in some days it will be just one-on-ones. So I will mix it up a bit so that it will be balanced. Everybody gets to enjoy the show the way they prefer. But that's, by the way, Lamb says hi to Matt. Good to be back. Yes, Gabriel Almorbas, nice to see you again. Says big up, Lamb. And nice to see you, Matt. And people, by the way, please go check out Matt's channel. Great content, great individual. And make sure to let him know I sent you when you subscribe. Yes, people, keep liking the video. Right now, we have 44 likes while we have 92 people watching. We can do better than that. Let's shoot for 300 likes by the end of the show. But keep liking the video. And like I've always told you, I'd prefer you liking the video than donate to the channel, because the likes do go a long way in helping us reach more people and also in helping the channel grow. We're shooting for 4,000 subscribers, and I know we'll get that as soon as possible because we're back. Chelsea went in for Barcelona or Arsenal to come and hijack so-called deals. No, that's not the case. I think the whole thing now is left. The only thing that's left in the case of Raphinha is for him to decide whether he wants to come to Chelsea or not. According to reports, the personal terms are there for him to look at and say, okay, I want to go to Chelsea or not. But he hasn't responded. The rumors are that he's waiting for Barcelona to come because Barcelona is his preferred destination. Plus, he's had an agreement for them in place for months. So again, I wouldn't blame him that much. So, but let's see what happens. We'll talk about that in detail in a bit. Tony says Chelsea will not qualify for Champions League next season. You have every right to be concerned, but I think we will be all right. Big up everyone. Big up Coach. Big up to you too. Rodrigo Rogers, brother, how are you doing? I've sent you the link in case you have time. Big up everyone. Says AB Tony, I think, okay, now I may have to skip a few things. Philip Smith, Liam Lane here says, let me say that it looks like I skipped quite a lot, and I'm sorry about that. I'm going to try to catch up quickly and then skip. Look at Manchester United and Manchester. Look at Manchester United and Manchester United, Liverpool and Spurs. I understand that are all getting stronger, getting their deals done. Again, there are reasons why we're where we're today, but I still hope we'll do better. And my brother Nick Blue says, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to you too, Nick. Nice to see you. I know you sent me a couple of messages, and I was on the verge of getting on the plane. I couldn't respond before I read them, but that's by the way. I will get to you in a bit. Hi, Nick Blue. Hi to you too. Again says, this guy sounds like Tuchel. Who sounds like Tuchel? Let me know, ABC. Welcome to the channel. I think this is the first time I am seeing you here. And if you haven't, please keep liking the video. Let's shoot for 300 likes today. And also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Big up to the panel and the chat. Make sure you hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. Thank you very much for kindly saying that, my brother Tobago. And I can't wait for the launch of your channel. And the promise is that we'll be here and then we'll switch to your channel to launch it. And I hope, I do believe it will be, it will do well. Welcome back, Coach Walk. Thank you very much, brother. And nice to see you back there. It says, Spurs have had a really good transfer window that I'm really good, that I'm really scared of them. I will not lie about that. People, the players we are after don't assign overnight. Relax, it will get done. There's plenty of time. I think so, but one side of me is starting to get concerned, and you know that I was never concerned before. So right now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, we have 6 panelists, and if anybody leaves, I will bring on somebody who's winning in the ranks out behind the scenes. But I'll send the link to everybody in a beat. And if you're not talking at this point, please mute your mic. People, okay, I've read that says, where is this so-called 200 million? The truth is, we're going to spend beyond 200 million. So that's not even a question. We've done research. We've talked about it here. We'll ask the question: how many good players can we actually buy with 200 million? And it will be just 3 marquee signings, which is smoke that 200 million, and you will have nothing left. So let's just forget about that. So I'm going to skip to the bottom, and if I skip any of your comments, my apologies. I'm going to try to see if I haven't said hi to anybody here. Damien Duff, how are you? I hope you're doing well, and I sincerely hope that things are well, at your end. So back to the panel. I'm going to start at Ty. Let me know if you're back. If not, I'll go to Rodrigo. Rodrigo, Ty, are you back? It doesn't look like he's back. Rodrigo, how are you doing, brother?
I'm good, bro. Yeah, it's good to have you back. So I hope you enjoy your holiday.
I did. I enjoyed it so much that when I came back, I overslept, forgotten the show starts at 3 a.m. my time. But that's by the way.
Now you
nice
have
to have you on.
You have a lot of anxious Chelsea fans, so any sort of stream is. So these streams you're doing, they're actually also some sort of it's like a therapy for a lot of us Chelsea fans. So
yes, indeed.
It's a good job that you have them.
Yeah, indeed. And we like to keep it objective here. We like to tell them the truth. We don't like to sugarcoat anything. But before we get into it proper, I want to know how you feel. Are you confident? I don't know. I don't recall if you were concerned the last time we spoke.
I was one of those people that as soon as the national the Premier League window opened, and I was like, where are the players? Where are the players? So I was concerned, and it's just, for me, there's lots of red flags from when I saw Czech leaving, Marina leaving, and I was just questioning myself, like, so if these people are leaving, didn't Boli have a plan beforehand? Didn't he have like a team in mind and say, well, I understand about Czech, maybe he wanted to keep him, but obviously Czech didn't want to stay. But like in terms of like director of football, didn't he have people in mind so that as soon as he takes over, he spent £4.2 billion. As soon as he takes over, didn't he have people? It seems like he's improvising a lot of the things. And then another point I was also worried about is him taking over the contract negotiation, the transfers, and so on and so forth. I was worried that does he have the
experience?
The experience, yeah. Does he
like Bobby talked about already? Mm-hmm.
Exactly. So those little red flags. But in terms of the transfer, obviously we're gonna get on into the specific players. I'm not as confident as some Chelsea fan might be. So maybe I'm the Mr. Pessimistic, and I let the other people be the happy one. So have a nice balance.
Yeah. Again, we all have the right to be concerned. Again, if you really love the club, even I've tried my best not to be concerned, but given everything that's going on, how some of the players were, for instance, one of the players we're looking at has Barcelona as his preferred club. But, I mean, you could look at it and say, well, he's just trying to honor the deal they have in place, because he said, he already has it.
So we are hijacking Barcelona's deal, actually. So Arsenal hijacked Barcelona. We hijacked Arsenal and Barcelona. So yeah, I understand that. Yeah, and even Kounde as well, and Kiulibaly. It looks like all our targets are interested in Barcelona.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Again, I'm gonna come to you right away. Nick, how are you doing, brother? We haven't spoken for like 500 years.
Yes. Hi, Coach. Nice to have you back. Yeah, I'm okay. Doing the usual.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're talking about Chelsea. That's what I do. That's what I live on and thrive on.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Now I was going to ask you straight up, Nick. Are you still are you concerned? You never concerned. I remember that. But at this point, to be frank, are you concerned?
No, not at all. Today, I heard last night, I heard Sterling should be done today. By the end of the day, could be any time.
So you've come to terms. Let's get that one settled. You've come to terms that he's coming to us.
Yes, I have. I had to.
And one thing I like about you, Nick, you're already supporting him.
Yeah, because anyone who wears the blue shirt, I'm backing, I'm shouting for.
That's brilliant. That's awesome.
I want to see him come out against Tottenham, the first home game. I'll be there, and I want to shout and support him like any other player. Just to mention, I have to say this as well. Lukaku, I was completely wrong. He failed me. He failed a lot of fans. But the thing I didn't like, and that's nothing to do as a player, he let us down completely. But the fan base on Twitter were absolutely very wrong to give him the abuse and call him names. That's like childish. And, it doesn't make things better because now they're trying to banter us. He's wearing a number 90 on his back now with Inter Milan. And, he wants to get back to his way because so many fans, you know yourself, calling him La Caca.
No, I didn't do that.
No, you didn't. I said, what I'm talking about. I know you didn't. I didn't. You didn't. We backed him a long way. You as well. But he came out to he was a liar, big liar. I was fooled by him.
So overall, back to this transfer window now, you're still not concerned.
No, look, Sterling is coming. I didn't want him. I wanted Lewandowski. That ain't gonna happen. He's waiting for Barcelona. But anything can happen in football. He's there waiting like all the others. Raphinha, he's got up to tomorrow. Tomorrow he has to say yes or no to Chelsea. That's what Bowley said this. He said you got to Saturday, and to Saturday to make your decision. You either say yes or no, or and that's it. Chelsea ain't gonna beg anyone. No one is bigger than Chelsea FC. No player in this world. No.
Yeah, we'll talk about that.
No one.
We will talk about him. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's got to tomorrow. I want him to come, of course. I always wanted Raphinha. But if you do like Eden Hazard, look at Eden Hazard, what he did. His dream was to play for Real Madrid. But he came to Chelsea, make his name, become a super world star. Then he went to Real Madrid. Like a gentleman, not like some players. That's what I want to see with Raphinha.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll talk about Raphinha in detail, and again, I'm going to come back to you. I think you probably partly gave away, you've partly given away the answer I expect you to give, but that's by the way. And while you're watching, please keep liking the video. We have 138 people watching, and we have just 58 likes. We're shooting for 300 likes today, so keep liking the video. We'll say True Blue says, and by the way, True Blue, nice to see you. I hope you're doing well, and I sincerely do hope things are well with you. He says, why was the Kounde deal suspended and still not done? I've highlighted this question, and we will try to address it in a bit. John C. actually said, I don't think we get Raphinha, even if we did sign him, as his head is at backer. It wouldn't make sense to sign a player who doesn't want to play with us, but it doesn't look really the case is that he doesn't want to play with us. It's because he already has an agreement with Barca in place, and we weren't even in the picture then. We weren't trying to sign him then. Tobago says Chelsea representatives were at Sevilla for 3 days trying to negotiate a deal for Jules Kounde, but no agreement was struck, and they returned to London yesterday. Sevilla won 60 plus 10. We'll see what happens. Why is Chelsea so slow in the transfer market? Again, it's not. You don't just go into the transfer market and start giving people how much they want, and you don't just go into the transfer market and start buying every player you see. A lot of work, does go into place. You have to even before we heard that the manager will pick. You get to choose the players he wants the club to sign. the truth remains you have to look at the player, even to a certain measure. Is he going to fit into what you want to do at the club? Those things are considered, and you don't just go pay for player A, B, and pay how much the selling club asks you. It's not that simple. It's more complicated than that. I agree with Liam Lane, Damien, and Tobago. Yes, just be patient. I am so patient. Welcome back. I will not add to the unhappiness, but still no. Let's get 450 likes. Yes, I am with Arthur on this one. Keep liking the video, people. Keep liking the video. Morning, Liam Lane and Nick Blue. Yes, of course. No money to Coachila, but no problem. Even though I already said money to you, I'll be all right. Again, let me see. I'll come back to the panel immediately because there's no time to waste. There is quite a lot to talk about. Ty, are you back? But just let me know when you're back through the private chat. I'll go to Lionel Joel immediately. Lionel, looking at the case of Raphinha to Chelsea, your thoughts on the whole thing and your analysis on the whole thing, and whether you think it's still come to us given the situation. Barcelona broke narratives, but they somehow seem to find a way to find money, to do business still. But the truth remains, I think they're practically getting another loan to pay for the current loan, in order to get money to buy players. Your thoughts are Lionel Joel.
Man, the thing is, I think that Chelsea Football Club, especially this time around, let me start by saying this. When Roman Abramovich came in and they started, and his team started making purchases, we didn't have such a great time. Yes, we spent a lot of money, but we bought a lot of players that just didn't work out. We didn't really look at what was needed in the team. Instead, we just went out, spent a lot of money, and there was a lot of players that didn't necessarily fit into the system. I think the same is happening with Boli now, but the difference is our rivals are strengthening, and they're strengthening hard. So this is where the fear, I think, for myself and quite a number of Chelsea fans is seeing what I think if Tottenham had a quiet window, if Arsenal had a quiet window, if we would be a bit more chilled about the things not happening as quickly as they have been. With this Raphinha situation, I just personally think it's a bit disrespectful to Chelsea Football Club, and I'll tell you why. I think that
how about the fact that we're hijacking that deal?
Look, at the end of the day, we've done what's right by the system of transfers. We've gone to the club, we've spoken to the club, and we've said, here's an amount of money they've accepted, right? The fact that Chelsea Football Club is being held hostage basically by Raphinha and Deco, waiting on what Barcelona can do and can't do, because we have to understand that each transfer that Chelsea are going to do are probably going to be big money signings, and they're also going to be, when it comes to wages, it's going to be big wages. So these kind of contracts take a while to get over the line. So if we're spending 4 or 5 days waiting on Raphinha to make a decision on whether Barcelona want him or don't want him, or can afford him or can't afford him, it's a waste of time on our side. And I just think, personally, I think it's for a club like Chelsea Football Club, what we have achieved in football, it's disrespectful. I understand if we were, no offense, but West Ham and Crystal Palace and these mid-table clubs, it would make sense that Barcelona, West Ham, you kind of have to wait and see what happens. But this is Chelsea Football Club. We won the Champions League a season ago. So for this guy to be making us wait and waiting on the decision from Barcelona, I think it's just rude. I think it's disrespectful. I think Chelsea should move away from this transfer before he makes his decision. Because if he makes his decision and Barcelona are able to up the ante, because apparently now Deco is pressuring Leeds in accepting Barcelona's bid and things like that. If that continues, it just makes us look bad, and I think it's gonna create more of a crisis for other transfers that we go into, especially this summer.
Hey, I get your point, but you know what I'll do? I think I had a conversation with Mikhail yesterday. You know what Mikhail said that I thought was very good. Yeah, we should pull out, but we should make sure Barcelona pay more than we've agreed to pay before they take him from us. Because if we let Barcelona take him from us without paying more, the disrespect you're talking about will quadruple. That's how I see it.
Yeah.
So if they're gonna take Raphinha from us, they'd have to pay more. And I'm hearing that the only difference at this point is that we've agreed to give them more money immediately than Barcelona will be able to give them.
Yeah.
I don't know. You get my point. Yes,
Yeah, no,
I agree. If
that's
he's hell bent on joining Barcelona, so be it. But Barcelona must pay more before they take him. It's that simple. And I think Leeds United are the same. They feel the same way we do. Yeah, they know how much we're willing to pay immediately. So if Barcelona can't give them that much immediately for them to do business with, then to heck with it. I do believe probably Arsenal will come in. I'd rather Arsenal, but again, it wouldn't be good for us if Arsenal to sign him if he doesn't go to Barcelona.
Coach, for me, I want players that want to play for Chelsea Football Club.
We all do. Yeah.
This is the problem we had with Lukaku. This is the problem we had with Courtois at a time. Like, we want players that want to play for Chelsea. That's the bottom line. Like, you can't, like, yes, you might have different choices. Like, I don't know who was talking. I think it was Nick who said earlier about how Hazard came in, made a name for himself, and then moved on like a gentleman. Yes, that's fantastic. We knew this about Hazard before, but I think at the beginning, if there was a situation between Real Madrid and Chelsea, it wouldn't have dragged out for this long. I think especially in this window, we need to make a move. Our rivals are making a move. Arsenal are looking good. Tottenham are looking good. We have to do things now. And we have to make sure that going into the first game of the season, Thomas Tuchel has his front three. Thomas Tuchel has his defense, and he has the team that he's going to try and win the league with. That's my frustration with this situation.
Yeah, I sincerely do get your point there. In a bit, I will try to share the links to the channels of the panelists here. Fantastic channel Lionel Joel has there, and I will have him talk about something big he's planning that Chelsea's Perspective will be involved in as we get into the show. But Bobby, to you right away, your analysis of the Raphinha to Chelsea conundrum. What do you make of it? And where do you think it will end up?
Yeah, sort of in agreement with some of what's been said. We haven't really done anything wrong. And to be fair, to a certain extent, Raphinha's camp haven't really done anything wrong. And if you want to blame anybody for this current situation, it has to be down to the government and the sanctions. And, have they done anything wrong there? Well, that's debatable. I don't know. But the fact of the matter now is, look, we've made this bid. Clearly, he does want to go to Barcelona. And clearly, Deco is pushing for him to go to Barcelona. And it is embarrassing. However, I don't think we should pull out like that. I personally believe that Barcelona is not only being disingenuous, but they're bluffing. They have a lot to do with money. They've got players to re-register. They've got
quite a lot of them hanging. I'd say hanging in purgatory if you want to.
Exactly. They've told their entire squad to take a 50% pay cut. They basically insulted Dembele and offered him less money to sign an extension than they were paying him already. So I'm not bought by this, Barcelona yardida. And I think that Raphinha is quite ill-advised to be pushing so hard to go to Barcelona.
To
Look,
a club
Chelsea
that doesn't have the money.
They don't at all. And even if they do get, they've had to sell 10% or is it 20% of their TV rights in order to raise funds. And even if they get extra funds by selling people like De Jong, it's a temporary solution. Are they going to use all that money? They've still got to purchase Lewandowski they're talking about. So they're in a mess. And as I keep saying, I think the only reason Deco is even entertaining this is because he still works for them, for Barcelona. And he has those direct ties. So
what does he do for them?
I don't know. He's got something to
Latin
do with
America.
He's a scout for them.
For the Latin America region.
Yeah, he does their scouting, so you can imagine. So I think the position we should take now, we've offered, it's been accepted, we've got a contract on the table, and we've told Raphinha respectfully that we give him 48 hours to make up his mind. Now it's down to him now. Barcelona, well, they can bluff. They've already made 2 bids, and it's not been enough for Leeds. And it's quite right. We should still stay in the game so that whatever they pay, they have to pay more. But by the time the 48 hours is up, and if Raphinha doesn't make up his mind, Barcelona is still in a problem, because if Chelsea walk away, Leeds won't turn around and accept less money. If anything, it will anger them and they'll look for even more money. So the mess is Barcelona's and Raphinha's. What Chelsea need to be doing now is to be looking elsewhere vigorously. We've got this on the table. Let it not be our focus. We've done all we can. Let's be focused. We've got De Ligt to sort out. We've got to perhaps look for a replacement for Raphinha and so on. Where we are failing, perhaps, is because we don't have a scouting system. And Deco's an old boy. If Bowley has any strength about him, he'll go and be whispering in his ear, come and work for us. We're looking for scouts anyway.
And you can head that department.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, Rodrigo, to you, your turn. Let me know what you think. Your analysis of the whole situation. What you think is going to happen? Where do you think he ends up?
Yeah, I agree with what Bobby and the previous person, I forgot the name, and said. We went by the book. So we went to the club, spoke to the club, and submitted a bid. Usually, you'd think we before we submitted a bid, we should have sounded out Deco and Raphinha to be like, right, so we're gonna bid for you, and this is ideally what we're gonna pay for your contract. But I think from what we did, we probably didn't go that way. Otherwise, we would have an agreement. That's the correct way. You're not allowed to tap players that play that are contracted to other clubs. So we did it by the correct way. But in terms of, I see a lot of Chelsea fans are getting angry at Raphinha, calling him a snake and all that. But I think we need to realize as well, Raphinha is Brazilian. Barcelona has probably been the club that is like his childhood club. He wanted to play for them.
Plus, he already has
an agreement with them. So
an agreement, so to speak.
All we did, again, I know I said maybe we didn't have a contact with Deco, but again, for us to go in with such a large amount, £55 million, I'm sure it didn't just come out of the blue. I think there must have been...
that's the asking price. So don't even go there. It wasn't negotiable. That was the price.
Oh, that was
and we met it.
That was Leeds United, and we met it. So yeah, so basically Leeds United are in a position where they can either tell Raphinha, right, you have to go to Chelsea. We can't accept any less. But it could depend on the relationship they have with Raphinha. So if Raphinha really push, and Leeds United might accept a lower bid from Barcelona. That's assuming that Barcelona have the money to pay him. Here, I don't think Barcelona have the money because they're still trying to secure Lewandowski. They haven't done that. They keep submitting these bid and proposing installment payment. If I'm Leeds United.
So sorry to cut you short. Yeah. I really apologize. Not only do they have to get Lewandowski, they haven't got the money to register Frank Kessie. They
Exactly.
can't register Christensen. There's a whole host of, they've offered Alonso a contract they can't honor.
Exactly. Yeah.
They're in a big mess. So
And sorry to interrupt also, this is why I think this is so disrespectful. Because Raphinha and Deco know what situation Barcelona are in, but they still have the audacity to make Chelsea wait for anything that can come out of Barcelona.
but then
that's
again,
based on the initial agreement they had with Barcelona 4 months ago.
Exactly. And also, it depends, obviously, what Laporta is telling them. Laporta might be telling them, like, listen, we're in a way, we're trying to restructure our finance, and then from there we can pay. Like a pack, exactly. So they want to delay this, delay to the point where either Chelsea get frustrated and pull out the deal, and then that only leaves them and Leeds United. And Leeds United, maybe in that position, Raphinha might be like, listen, I have to go. And then Leeds United in a position where they can't keep an unhappy player, and they just want to get whatever they can get for him. But I doubt that would work, because Raphinha is still contracted to them. They're not in any obligation to release him. The only obligation they had was if they were relegated, his release price would have gone down to around 25 million. And I assume Barcelona were banking on Leeds United getting relegated to get him on a cheaper. But obviously, they stayed up. And obviously, when I look at Barcelona as well, a lot of the debt that they have to pay are like short-term debt that are maturing in the next few months. So the 200 million, whatever they're raising, is not going to the players. That's going to pay off the debt that they have on other creditors. So I don't know where this money is coming.
They're literally selling all their sources of income just to sign players. So how are they going to get out of debt? And what are these players seeing? It's just like, let me just use this analogy quickly. It's just as if someone who's borrowing money to sponsor a couple who's borrowing money to sponsor their wedding. So after the wedding, what happens? How are you going to leave?
There's a lot of irresponsible accounting and finance going on at Barcelona. If Barcelona was a normal public limited company, I think they go bankrupt. There's no way this club will carry on operating the way they're doing and keep offering these big contracts. So
do you know the only thing that surprises me right now? Is that FFP is not all over this. This is a complete breach of everything. They are selling their TV rights to sponsor players and ignore servicing their debts. That is walking a club into bankruptcy. It's insane. I cannot even understand how Raphinha's team are even entertaining this madness.
But, again, I don't know if Raphinha and his team has lawyers, people that have some finance in their head, because I don't, sometimes I don't get it. From Raphinha's point of view, I understand, you have a dream to play for Barcelona, but Barcelona can't afford you. You have a club that can give you Champions League football, can challenge for honors year in, year out, and you can actually go to this club and be a man. Unless when he had a conversation with Tuchel, he wasn't happy with the role he'll be playing at Chelsea, but I doubt that. I really doubt that.
I think that's made up. In terms of the role, that's made up. Just people trying to, to scare him away from deciding to go to Chelsea Football Club.
I think
go ahead.
I think we are in, just to conclude on here, I think we're in a strong position, financially in a strong position to take him. I think what we need to do is maybe we just need to hold it, maybe swallow our pride. I know one of the co-panelists said we need to walk away. I think we need to just we're gonna sit there and then make sure
it out. I agree.
Because there's more to lose in letting him join Barcelona. If you ask me, there's more to lose.
When do you know what people say? It is a bit. I don't even think it's an insult. I don't think we've embarrassed ourselves at all. All we've done is bid for a player. The player's making himself look foolish, and the club that's playing these games with him is looking even more foolish. So we just have to. We've dropped our deal. We've dropped the proposal. We don't need to do anything else. Just sit and watch and be focused on the other deals that we definitely have to get it across the line. We've got to sort out Jules Kounde, we've got to sort out De Ligt, and the clock is ticking.
Yeah, Nick, before I come to you quickly to round up this aspect of for us before we move ahead, I want to try and catch up with the chat, if you will allow me. Is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, brother. I appreciate that. Darlington Museka says, Barley and his team are trying. Big up to them. I think they're doing their best, given they don't even have experience. I was surprised of how, about how quickly he was able to hijack the deal from Arsenal and Barcelona in the first place. And again, let's see how they do. I'm not concerned about transfers, but was always concerned about Conte getting the players he wants. I think Tottenham will be on fire next season. But again, overall, one thing is this: even if they end up going to preseason together with Tottenham, if they sign too many players, they'd struggle a bit come next season. It'd be a miracle if they're able to win it. So we must say the truth here. Chelsea fans need to be patient. I know it's not easy at the moment. Teams are getting players, but we will get there. Yes, we will get there. Again, this transfer market has to be one of the craziest I've ever witnessed for obvious reasons. We know why we're lagging behind, but I know we'll get there. Hi, guys. It's been a while. Tosin Musa, nice to see you, my brother. How are you doing, Tosin? I hope you're doing well. It says, big money deals drag out. That's the truth, irrespective of who conducts them. That's also the truth. I do agree with that. And I think De Ligt, we have no competition there. And I hope it stays that way until it comes to us. Welcome back. Nice to see you, Bonner. Thank you very much for that. I sincerely do appreciate that. While you are there, we're at 89 likes. Well, we have 220 people watching. We need just 11 more likes to get to 100 likes, and we're shooting for 300 likes today. So keep liking the video, and also please do subscribe to the channel if you haven't, because that will go a long way. Yeah, Lukaku failed. A lot of Chelsea fans, a lot of us. I'm not going to go into that. And Tobago, you've become a fellow content creator, so in most cases, I'm going to skip in your comments because I know you will understand. But it's all love, bro. I know you understand all the while. Barcelona doesn't buy lower, but I think, given that they're losing, they may well lose Dembele. There's a chance they prioritize Lewandowski. We don't know. No, I don't think so, because they still have Aubameyang as their number. They still have Depay, who's also a forward. But I think they'll be good in that area, even if they don't sign Lewandowski. But Lewandowski will most definitely make them better. It was all a plan by Inter and Rome. It seems so right now, but we're not here to talk about that right now. We're still talking about Raphinha. I says, I'm a bit disappointed, Coachila, to shot Raphinha in touch. Okay, I'm in trouble. Yeah, but you get the point. Again, we're not happy what's going on. Again, like Bobby alluded to, it's not entirely his fault. We must recognize that. Hit the like button, says Tobago. Please keep liking the video. Just one more like to get to 100, and we're shooting for 300 likes by the end of the show. And if you haven't, please do subscribe to the show, to the channel. Like I've told you, I prefer you even liking the video than subscribing, than donating to the channel, because the likes do go a long way than the donations. And believe me, your support is more important to me. Your support in terms of being part of the show, contributing to the chat, telling us what's going on, because we share things here. Those things do go a long way than you donating your hard-earned cash to the channel. I'd rather you keep liking the video and also subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Lukaku, I don't want to read anything about Lukaku now. Roman's son is going to take over in 10 years. Oh, we'll see if that happens. I'd really like to see that happens, but it remains to be seen. Yes, we should be patient, but let's get the Sterling deal done and dusted. Then we start with all the players. Arsenal, Tottenham, and Co didn't sign all targets at once. They signed these players first and probably started talking with them for a while. Some of the players they signed, Roman, son, yeah, you never say never. Anything can happen. Koulibaly, would you 20 years ago, would you have thought that that's a chance that Roman Abramovich will sell Chelsea Football Club? I'd say no, that would never happen. We'll talk about Koulibaly in a bit. Skamaka is the best option for the Gunners. He will fit very well in the style of play that Arsenal needs. Attacking football is in our DNA, so you must be an Arsenal player Okay, good to hear. And I remember, I think it was Bobby that's always talked about Skamaka here. All the teams are getting bigger than Chelsea. They're not getting bigger than Chelsea by signing new players. That's simply not the truth. CFC, okay, we have not moved on. Kounde, not sure if we will get him. The lead seems to be the first choice. Yes, we'll talk about that in a bit. So good comment there. Okay, I'm just gonna skip everything and let's see if there's anybody here that I haven't read their comment before. Neymar will come. I don't think so, but then again, if it comes, I will take him. But I think we should let me highlight that because I want us to talk about it. What Todd Bowley means for the club being commercially viable. Where's that Neymar will come? I want to see it and I want to highlight it. Again, if I skip your comment, apologies. I'll try and catch up later. I can't even find where I am right now. Sorry, people. Just give me a second. I don't want the people in the chat to be left behind. Okay, here, Liam Lane says, Philip Smith, everyone is refusing to pay Dembele the wages he's looking for. So do you think he should be he should be the fools to do it? Okay, we should. I'm not sure. Imagine pushing Glenn. Nice to see you again, Glenn. How are you doing? I sincerely do hope you're doing well. Imagine pushing the debt-free club aside to join Catalan. Yeah, it just doesn't make sense. But then again, why these players do this, I don't know. Fabregas left Barcelona and wanted to go back to Arsenal and ended up with us. And look how that went. He went. Yeah, that's a delicious comment and a perfect example.
They told him we have wheelchair. We don't want you.
Yeah, exactly. Since you have to remember, Rafinha had a verbal agreement. Yes, that's important. It says, coach is right. A backer just counter hijacking Chelsea. Hijack. Yep. Not. I wasn't the only person that said it. I think Bobby already said that already, and some other guys or some other panelists also did say the same. Ranieri chose the players. What was our system? There was no system to fit into. Lord, give me strength. Ranieri already had his system. Okay, I get it. I'm going to skip a few, get to the bottom, and then if I miss your comment, apologies. I'm going to be highlighting them as we go. So now, please, yes, keep liking the video. We're at 112, and you guys are absolute legends. We'll get to 300 eventually because we're not even 1 hour into the show, and we're there already. So, Nick, coming back to you. First, Nick, I want to let you know where I disagree with you. You know where that is?
No.
Here's where I disagree with you. Your comments you made about him coming, even though he likes Barcelona better than Chelsea, come stay at Chelsea and then in a few years leave. I really.
Say that again?
You said something about Raphinha coming to Chelsea, right?
Yes.
And then playing for Chelsea in a few years and then go to Barcelona just like Hazard did. I don't want that to happen. I want players coming to Chelsea saying, okay, I'm going to this club because it's Chelsea, because I love Chelsea, because I want to play for Chelsea and stay at Chelsea for a long time.
Yeah, let me tell you why.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because, look, if, as a child, he had a dream to play for Real Madrid. This is the same for Raphinha. His dream as a 10-year-old was to play for Barcelona.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same situation. Yeah, but his mentality is not Eden Hazard, I'm afraid. That's what I was saying.
Mm-hmm.
If he was, he'd be great for us. He can put aside the Barcelona and come to Chelsea when he, gets to 29, 30, like Eden Hazard, 30, 31, then he can go to Barcelona if he wants to. But look, coming back to Raphinha, it's not just him. Deco has a big say what's going on. Very big say. And,
who has the final say for you?
Sorry? Yeah. Who has
the final say?
Well, Deco and Raphinha, of course, it's his life. But, he doesn't listen to Deco. So, they're going to, they're trying to wait. They're going to wait. But like Bowley got it completely right when he said you've got 48 hours, and that's tomorrow. If you don't make your mind up tomorrow, then we don't want you. And that shouldn't be the case. We're not going to wait around and beg for Raphinha or anyone else. That's not Chelsea. I'm glad Bowley sees that. And the other thing, and we are looking at other players. We're still looking at Dembele, Koulibaly. His agents in
we'll
London.
take them one by one,
Yeah.
Nick. Do you still
I'm just
think
saying-
Raphinha will come to us?
Well, it's up to him now. It's 50-50.
Okay.
Depends. Yeah, tomorrow we're going to find out about that. But at the
While I'm
moment,
still with you, I have another question. If you're
let me
done
finish
talking about
this first.
Rafinha, okay,
Yeah,
go ahead.
go on. All right,
No, go ahead. If you're still talking about Rafinha, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm still talking about Rafinha. So it's up to him tomorrow, him and Deco, what they're going to decide. But I'm glad Bowley, said that to them, because we can't beg anyone. We're not a begging club. We're too big, and we are looking at Dembele still. If it's not Raphinha, it probably will be Dembele. I'm pretty sure. And I can go on with the other players. We are looking at players. So what is it, Rodrigo, who a bit worried about signing players. We shouldn't be worried, because things are moving. We fans, we don't know everything, but in the background they are talking to these players, every single one of them. The ones we're after, they're talking to them right now, trying to make a deal. So don't get too impatient. Everything will go in place. I know it's pre-season starts tomorrow, but the following week we're going to have our players. The loadies are coming back, and we got American tour coming to you, coach. I don't know if you're going to be at one of those games.
I plan on, with this conflict of schedules with my wife, but she understands how much I love the club. I think she will sacrifice for me, but the difference will be we'll all must go to the game. So that's not a problem for me. She agrees. Yeah, I think I will be there in the one that will take place in Las Vegas. Yeah,
that's good. Yeah, and so I'm not worried at all. I'm not worried. Like some fans are getting crazy. Even as I heard, some of them are shouting for Tuchel out. Yeah, be patient a bit. It's not the end of the world. Even if we don't get these players, we have great players at the club. We have a great young players still, but we are going to get some signings. Yeah.
So while I'm with Nick, please thank you again. It'd be ungrateful not to say thank you. Right now we're at 115 likes, which means we can really we're shooting for 300 likes by the end of the show. And the poll I have out here says, should Chelsea forget signing Raphinha? 56% says yes, and 43% says no. We end that, and with this question, I'll ask Nick. I'll put up another important poll there. Nick, the question I have for you: you could argue to a certain measure, Raphinha is like for Ziyech. Excuse me.
Yes.
So now, why are we really letting Ziyech go, and then paying that much money for Raphinha?
Yes,
and we'll talk about how they differ in a bit.
Yes.
Now, you could argue Ziyech didn't do as well as he should have done at Chelsea, as he should be doing at Chelsea, because he's still our player. Let me just phrase it that way. Yeah. Because the truth is, he's a specialty player, no matter how you see it. And specialty players, you have to play them at a certain position to get the best out of them. And I think you could argue the same for Raphinha. So would you say that Rafinha will be an upgrade?
Yeah, I think personally.
Yeah, let's start with Nick. Nick, go ahead.
Yeah, I think yes. He has more to his game. For me, when I see him for Leeds, he does perform. I haven't seen Ziyech do, be man of the match for I don't know how long time. And it's not just Ziyech's fault. He was out of position. Ziyech can't play in that position with Tuchel's system. That's another thing. But for me, Raphinha is a better player all round. He can score. Ziyech can score as well, but Raphinha can score more. Don't forget he was playing for bottom side, trying to escape relegation, and he was the best man out there for Leeds. Nearly every game I saw, Leeds game, he was the best. and they was fighting for relegation to stay up. So yeah, for me, he is better. That's why we're going for him. Tuchel wants him. I've been watching for the last 3 years. I've been wanting Raphinha to come to Chelsea. Really wanted him. But if we can't beg him, that's what I'm saying. If tomorrow comes and he says, I'm still waiting for Barcelona, then stay and wait for Barcelona. And coming back to Barcelona, they're going to be in very serious trouble soon. This money they're trying to get is all paper money, illegal. This is what they're doing is illegal, and they're going to be fined out soon. And these players, if he wants to go there, he's going to be in for a shock.
Nico, bringing it back to a beat, can you tell me specifically?
Yeah,
you said your response is that Raphinha is a better player. How? I want to know. That's what I want you to clarify that, because I want to bring in Rodrigo, who says he leaves in 30 minutes once you're done talking.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think he's an all-round player. He can pass the ball better. He can score more goals for me. And he impresses more than Ziyech for me. Ziyech I love Ziyech, but for me it looks like Ziyech pull us again when I will be going. I said a long time ago, and they will be going, these three players. Maybe two Ziyech and Pulisic, and then after, I don't know which way it will go, but they're all going. We're going to have a new attack. Havertz will be there, and it'd be Dembele or Raphinha, Sterling, and that'd be the attack. We won't even go for number 9. We're not. Tuchel doesn't need that. He's tried it with Lukaku. He doesn't play that system. So for me, we don't need a number 9, and we have Broja. Broja can come in and help, and Tuchel really fancies him. That's what I think. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Nick. That's why I always like Rodrigo. Before I come to you, has he left already? Oh, I think he's left already. I wasn't paying attention, but my apologies. Lionel, let me start with you. Before I go to Bobby. The question I want to ask is this: do you think Rafinha, will be an upgrade to Hakim Ziyech? Because if we're critiquing, I think for me, what I think really is the case is, the fact is the grass will always be greener or seem greener on the other side where you don't see. Because the fact is this: Rafinha has at least he plays. He's always deployed, to operate in his preferred position. Always. He's never been played out of position. Yes, I am for the argument that players should be able to play whatever they're asked to play, but in most cases, the best teams do better when they have specialized players and play them in their preferred positions, get the best out of them. Do you think Raphinha will be an upgrade to Ziyech? If yes, tell me how, or tell us how.
I think he would be an upgrade to Ziyech, because I think he's a bit more direct than Ziyech is. I think that if I'm trying to look at how Thomas Tuchel's thinking about the signing, is although he's going to be playing in the system, he will still have almost a freedom to interchange with, if it's Raheem Sterling on the other side, or Kai Havertz in the middle, or whether it's Mount playing, like they will be able to interchange and mix it up however they want to. Hence the no need for the traditional number 9. So I love Ziyech like most Chelsea fans do, but I think one big thing is that Raphinha has proven himself in the Premier League way more than Ziyech has. If you look at,
I want you, as you talk about that, I'd like you to factor, into your argument the fact that Ziyech there's never been a stretch of time where he played where he prefers to play.
Yeah.
Remember, you can. Go ahead.
But the reality with that is, if we look at Tuchel's system and Tuchel's team that won us the Champions League, Ziyech doesn't fit in that. But I think Raphinha would fit in that system better than Ziyech does. So I think if there's a push, if there's a 60 million bid for Raphinha, it means that there is, there is a need for his type of play, what he brings to the league, and what he can bring to Chelsea more than what Ziyech can do and has done. So I think it's unfortunate, but the reality is that he has proven himself more in this league. Yes, he has a longer run. He's been pivotal at Leeds, and he's had that freedom. But Ziyech has come in under Lampard. It wasn't great. Under Tuchel, it wasn't great either. And if you don't have that versatility, and that's kind of the main storyline that I'm seeing in a lot of what Tuchel wants in a player, is someone that's versatile. And if Ziyech is not able to be that versatile, and it's all about, you're not playing him in the right position, you're not playing to his strengths, you're not first it's Lukaku, then it's Ziyech, then it's Pulisic, so at what point are we looking at players that have that versatility, that can play in that front three no matter where you put them? I think if you put Raphinha as a false nine, he can play. You put him on the left, he can play. You put him on the right, he can do the same thing that he continuously does. So yeah, he's an upgrade. Just even if you're just looking at the versatility standpoint, he is an upgrade from Ziyech. So I have to agree with Nick for sure.
Okay. Bobby, I left you. I don't know if you how much Tobago, before I go to Bobby, I know you say you will leave quick. Would you mind me bringing Bobby on before I come to you? You still fine?
Yes, no problem.
All right. Thank you very much. So Bobby, coming to you. You think, I think I can tell your answer already. Do you think and by the way, that was a great response, and the versatility aspect is a point, given that Tuchel prefers players who are able to play in multiple positions. But I don't think there's evidence that Raphinha is able to do that too. I think, which was why people manufactured, the narrative that Chelsea are signing him to play him as a right wing back or left wing back, just to scare him. That may well be one of the reasons why he's reluctant to sign for us, but there's no evidence that's the case. I'm just saying. So, but Bobby, coming to you.
Yeah,
now.
I was saying, it seems like Tobago's in a bit of a hurry, so perhaps he can go first then.
Okay, I appreciate that, Bobby. Thank you very much. But I wanted to respect you because I know I was going to have you conclude this one because I knew the kind of argument you were bringing. So, Tobago, Bobby has left the floor for you. Do you think Raphinha will be an upgrade to Hakim Ziyech? If yes, if no, tell us why.
Yes, 100%. Because if you can see how we play, Ziyech is good on the ball, but again, what I love about Raphinha is more direct. He can take one or two players at the same time, and then his work rate is more than what Ziyech is offering for us. Yes, Ziyech is doing that, but again, Ziyech just showed that in our current system, he won't work for us. And under Bielsa, he was playing that system. And if you know Bielsa, it's all about players that will work for the team. Players will run 90 minutes. So Raphinha will fit good for us. Again, I want to clarify this. Because like Chelsea fans now are crying that Raphinha and Deco are pushing for Barcelona. Remember, Raphinha's first choice was Barcelona. And he had an agreement with Barcelona first before Chelsea coming in. So we have to respect that. I know it's annoying, it's frustrating. Some fans are saying this is embarrassing. We don't want players that don't want to play for our team, blah, blah, blah. Look, this is the transfer market. Anything can happen. But again, Barcelona have a lot of issues to deal with. Hopefully, maybe we'll get him. And we should be patient with our owners. So, and Deco, what I've read, Deco is currently working for Barcelona. Is a scout for South American players. Obvious, he will go to Barcelona first. Look, I have Raphinha, I have that and that and that. Do you want to sign them? If Barcelona are going to say yes, they wait for Barcelona. So nothing we can do now. Just what is the best solution? We need to just tell Raphinha and Deco, we're going to give you guys a deadline. If you don't say it, we're going to the next target. But if Tuchel really wants this player, we will have to wait until Barcelona fumble.
That's a really strong argument. I thought you came onto the panel to support me, but that's okay. I will get you back.
Coach, everyone is saying, the same. Rafinha is a better player. I know you love Ziyech, so do I, but Rafinha is a better player.
No, that's when you realize you're on trust perspective. We have to be objective. We have to, debunk whatever that's out there. I think they're both good players. There's something Ziyech does better than him. There's something he does better than Ziyech.
In the end, it's funny because in the end we might not get Rafinha. All this talk is for nothing, really, because he's dead on Barcelona. He has to make his mind tomorrow. That'd be interesting. I can't wait to hear what he's going to say. Yes or no? You can I have a feeling he's going to want to wait for Barcelona. A bad feeling. I'll hope he doesn't, because I want this player. He put him on the wing and Sterling on the other wing, and Havertz in the middle, and Mount. What a force we're going to be if we get him. Yeah.
Here's the thing. I think what makes it obvious that Barcelona may end up he may end up be his final destination is this. We've given him 48 hours, right, to decide. And if he really wants to join Barcelona, he'd wait it out. Except if he thinks about it and says, okay, how are these guys going to continue paying me? Am I going to be asked to take a wage cut in a few years or in 2 years? That's the only reason. But if he's bent on joining Barcelona because it has always been his dream to play for Barcelona, then he will wait it out. And then, boom, he goes there. And Leeds will have no option than to accept Barcelona's deal if Chelsea pull out. Maybe if Arsenal, I don't think he'd go to Arsenal. That would be a downgrade. He knows he won't get to play Champions League.
Yeah, just about Arsenal will come in with a bigger offer. They will. I know that, and we mustn't let that happen. If he tries to go to Arsenal for bigger money, we have to come in. Bowley has to put the money out, I'm afraid, if he wants to please Tuchel. So it's a very interesting situation. What's going to happen? Yeah. And in the end, don't forget Dembele. In the end, Dembele is a great player.
Yeah, we will get to that. We will get to that. Let's not give it away, Nick. You're so passionate. You're giving away our topics, Nick. Don't do that.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, brother. So, Bobby, coming to you now. You heard the question and you heard everybody's response. We're just being objective here, and we're always here to learn from each other. That's a chance. I learned something new, and I've done my research. And thank you, Tobago, actually, for dropping in to make your opinion heard. I sincerely do appreciate that. Before I try to catch up with the chat, I think I'll let Bobby speak first. I know I'm far too behind, actually, and I'm seeing IBZ, my brother, in the chat. Nice to see you. I'll get to your comment or your inputs there. It looks like you don't have the time to join to the panel, and we're limited to 6 panelists at the same time again. But I think I'll do one-on-one with every panelist someday, I think. So, Bobby, coming back to you, you heard what everybody said. Your thoughts whether Raphinha will be an upgrade to Hakim Ziyech?
Yeah, I mean, there's absolutely no doubt whatsoever that Raphinha is an upgrade to Hakim Ziyech. Marginally, for several reasons, because he is far more flexible, far more direct, far more of a goal threat. And the thing about Brazilians is that, they have this culture in football that, it's hard to see an average Brazilian footballer or anybody in Brazil that takes that route. Because of their culture, you get trained, as it were, in football in such a way that your application is always very natural. You know, you become two-footed and technically very gifted, and added to a lot of them with their
Fred,
natural gifts, they often are
Fred
better
might
players.
disagree with you, Bobby. Fred might disagree with you. I'm not talking about Fred United Fred. I'm talking about the old
Fred in
Brazilian
Man
striker.
United. I know. I mean, there's
The
always an
striker Fred.
exception. There's always
Yeah,
an exception to every rule. There are
Yeah.
many, pretty lousy Brazilian players that have been around, but I think just in general. But that aside, I'm not talking about where he's from. He is an upgrade. However, having said that, we have to remember that indeed we are in a very strong position, and we tend to forget. We do still have Hakim Ziyech. And, he's not a bad player. And we have made an offer. And yes, Raphinha is well within his rights to turn around to Barcelona and say, hey, look, I agreed this with you 4 months ago. What's happening? Are you going to negate on your agreement? And Barcelona also are the ones trying to save face here, because they don't want to look stupid. They don't want to look to this player who has wanted to come to them, and they have agreed a deal that they can't, meet up to their commitments. So there's a lot of pride going on here. And we haven't, as I've said, we haven't done anything wrong. So Chelsea's position right now is sweet. We leave our proposal on the table, step back, and wait to see what Raphinha says. Now, if come tomorrow, Raphinha says, hey, look, I don't want to come. I'm going to sit down and put my head in the clouds and dream of Barcelona. Okay, fine. That's his loss, really. That's his loss. Because no way will Leeds accept anything less in terms of money for him. Leeds don't have to sell him. In fact, Leeds will be better off keeping him. He still has a contract with them. So I feel at this point there's probably something like a 55% chance that he will come to Chelsea.
Okay, okay. I understand your point, and again, given that if in fact we've given him 48 hours to decide, then he's more likely to join Barcelona than join us, because if he really wants to do that, he'd wait it out, and boom, Leeds will have no option to accept Barcelona's offer. And I don't think he'd downgrade to Arsenal, where he won't get to play Champions League. And he's been in the Premier League long enough not to be sure whether Arsenal will make it into the top four. Now, Rodrigo, your turn. What do you think? Do you think Rafinha will be a better player for us if we eventually sign him? And do you think he will be an upgrade?
I agree
go ahead.
What everyone has said. I think Rafinha will definitely be an upgrade on Ziyech. I think what Rafinha brings is more dynamic as well. He plays playing for Leeds United is not easy, especially under Bielsa. He's very high energy, high tempo, and whenever you watch him play, he's really good at pressing. He has really good attribute that will work in our system. He's type of player in the system, because with Ziyech, the issue with Ziyech is better when we play in a flat back four, where he has people overlapping him and giving him that time to whip him those crosses. Otherwise, he's pretty ineffective when we play in a back three. Because I think he struggled to play in between as the two number 10s or number 8s. So
you're confident that Rafinha will not have the same problem?
I think with Rafinha that might be controversial, but I feel like if we sign Rafinha, I would want to see him play as a wing back. I want to see.
There's a chance Tuchel does that, but one thing I'm not really concerned about that. Mm-hmm. Why? Because I've learned, I've taken my time to study the way Tuchel, the application of Tuchel's 3 at the back system. The wing back's primary responsibilities are to attack.
Exactly. Yeah. So
that's why Ruben Loftus-Cheek was able to play there comfortably. Although there are downsides to him playing on the flanks, but that's, by the way. Go ahead. And you're confident that if Rafinha comes to us, even if he plays as one of the 2 8s, even if it's played out of position, he'll still be good.
He that's yet to be seen. I think at Leeds actually he's one of their most creative player, and he always occupies. Sometimes obviously he goes wide, he roams around the attack because he has a license at Leeds United to just almost do whatever he can do to create chances for them. So I feel like it'll be more suitable for us, especially if what's our issue? The issue we have is to break down low block teams. We have issues where teams come in at Stamford Bridge, they just put a lot of players behind the ball. So we need someone who can do something out of the blue, someone that can dribble. This is where, if you ask me, who do I prefer? I prefer Dembele because I
We have
feel he
Pulisic
has.
for that, no? Lol.
Oh yeah, it's too late for that. So, so with Raphinha, I think he has them. He has skills. He's dynamic, like we said, and he can adapt into at least into two or three different positions. That I can't see Ziyech playing in the wing back position the way a Raphinha would do, because we have Rhys James as a centre back, as a right side centre back, and Raphinha as a wing back, but can almost play as a right winger. You remember the game we played Burnley? I think it was Tuchel's second game, and Callum played wing back, but he tormented the Burnley left back, and the Burnley left back turned to Sean Dash and said, "I can't do anything. I can't mark him." So is that sort of dynamic? Because Callum can give you those runs, those dribbles, but he doesn't do them enough. So Raphinha I see him as a more developed Callum in a way. Like he can give you what Callum does, and he's more direct. And obviously, he can also play up front in a front three easily. So this is where I see him. I see the only thing I see is like that Burnley game. And that's where I was thinking, okay, I can see Raphinha doing what Callum was doing, but over a longer period of time in more games. So hopefully we get him. But yeah, I think we will get him.
Okay, Deus, you come in, your thoughts, and before Deus comes in, we have 129 likes, where we have 148 people watching. We can do better than that. Remember, we're shooting for 300 likes by the end of the show, and I know we can get that. If you haven't, please take a second to like the video, and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Again, like I've always said, I prefer the likes than the donations. You don't have to donate to the channel. Your likes alone, your likes will go a long way for the channel. It will help us reach more people. It will also help us reach more people that will subscribe to the channel, which in turn, leads to a good growth for the channel. But that's by the way. Now, coming back to the panel, Deus, let us know your opinion about, regarding Hakim Ziyech and with regards to Hakim Ziyech and Raphinha. Which of the players do you think is better?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, crystal clear.
Okay, with the situation, I feel like that Raphinha, if he came to us, I feel like that the winger, I feel like he can play as a winger and take on defenders. Whereas Ziyech, is he that player? We've seen him countless times, and really and truly, has he been in the same, like, trying to take on players? Yes or no? People, what are you lot saying?
Yeah, I've seen him take on players, but he doesn't do that enough.
Yeah, he
doesn't do that. Yeah,
he doesn't do that at all for me. He doesn't do it. Ziyech, we got him from Ajax to, we thought he was the guy who played against us and could score from anywhere. And he can do that sometimes, but he scores some great goals. But he can't dribble. He can't. He gets knocked out of the way.
He can, Nick. I don't know if you I could recommend a video of Tariq Mitchell of Crystal Palace. He said one of the toughest opponents he's played against last season was Ziyech.
That would be the Palace player. Look, when you come across
he's a professional player.
I watched Ziyech when we played, big games, and he didn't do it for me, honestly.
Yeah.
That's why I think Raphinha is much better if he comes.
Yeah, I agree with you as well. Yeah.
So go ahead. You have your answer. You have your answer, Deus.
My answer is, I feel that Raphinha is a better player. That's why we're going in for Raphinha. But we've been hearing the talk that Tuchel wants to play him in the wing back. So we don't know. The question is to be seen if we were gonna get Raphinha. But my problem is that we're getting rid of Ziyech anyway. So like this question is not. It's not a good question to be answered because Ziyech is going anyways. You know what I'm saying?
I think you make a very good argument. While I'm with you, another question I want to ask you quickly before I go to Lionel Joe. And how many people? Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to say, obviously, we all here bashing Ziyech, but we also have to recognize Ziyech has some skills as well. He has good passing range, so he's not like a awful player that we just have to really.
He just don't suit the Tuchel system. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Here's where I'm concerned. Here's where I'm concerned. None of you on the panel here can really tell me you see Raphinha play comfortably in any other position other than that's being on the right hand side or on the flanks. Let me just phrase it that way. So how can you guarantee that if we sign Raphinha? And by the way, I got a very delicious response from my brother Oaks from a Global Fans channel and also Green Tough. Go check out his channel if you haven't. Says Raphinha would do well for us. If we play him where we should play him, that's just the truth. And again, I'm repeating myself. People are manufacturing the narrative that we're going to play him at the right wing back man.
Can I just input quickly? So
yeah, go ahead.
So in the rumor mill, we have two defenders that we're going to bring in two defenders, right? That's either De Ligt, Kounde or Kimpembe or whoever, right? This right wing back situation, I don't think that Raphinha is going to play right wing back. I don't see why that is such an importance that people are putting on this. And even if he does play right wing back, like someone just said, the emphasis on our wing backs is to attack more than they do defending, to be honest.
Yes.
So even if he does play in that position, he's going to be looking to go forward, and that's what makes him different, and that's what makes him more versatile than Ziyech. Because when Ziyech played in that position, it wasn't too great for us. He wasn't tracking back well enough. He wasn't making the effort that was needed in order to succeed in those positions. No one's bashing Ziyech. I think most of us on the panel are actually big fans of Ziyech. We've been hoping that he comes in and does the job that he needs to, like every other Chelsea player. But the reality is he doesn't fit Tuchel's system. And right now we're looking at a new era at Chelsea where a coach has the time to bring in the players that he wants, to make sure that he builds the team that he wants. Tuchel doesn't have a proper front three the whole of last season, which is something that's crazy. Like, we need a front three that everyone knows this is the Chelsea front three. This is what is gonna lead the line, and we don't have that. It's Mount, it's Ziyech, it's Pulisic, it's Hudson-Odoi, it's Lukaku. There was so many mixes that no one really knew what our main front three was. So it's important for us to have that. And I think if Raphinha does come to Chelsea, he will be a mainstay in that front three, and that's what's important.
And just quickly, this is one of the delicious comments I've seen today. Any other club goes into administration, if they found themselves in back a situation, I don't know how they are getting away with all of this. Here's the thing: they have a very, very, they have, how do I phrase it? They have a very strong history behind them. So they will always get people to come give them money to take one part of their business or something like that, because knowing they still sell tickets. But that's, by the way, I think that's a good comment. Coming back to you, Jules, let me start with you on this one. I think we're done with the Raphinha Ziyech argument. The question I want to ask you now, some people are looking at it as if it's either Dembele or Raphinha. Why can't we have both? What is the problem?
What is the problem? I feel that Dembele, if we got Raphinha, I feel like Dembele would not be able to come to us, because he will be feeling like, oh, Rafinha is going to be like he doesn't want to be competition by Rafinha. So with this with this situation happening, I feel that with the getting both, you never know. We could get both, but as it is right now, I don't see that happening.
Can
Really?
Dembele?
To me, I think I disagree with you on that one. Deus, you know I love you, brother. But the truth is, Dembele is such a confident player. I don't think competition will be his problem.
So what do you think the problem is?
No, I don't know. I don't think. No, I'm not saying. I'm not talking about what the problem is. I'm talking about why are people sounding like we can't have them both?
Why aren't people sounding like that?
Yeah, people are sounding like if we can't get Raphinha, we should just go for Dembele. Or if we can't, if we can't get Dembele, we should go for we only need one of them.
You know where it is?
Because
go on.
Go ahead.
I was going to say that I think that's because you have two big name players and not a single one of them is going to want to bench for the other. So you need to make a priority when signing a player and saying you're going to get this playing time, right? And that's what I think is important for both of them. And we must remember they both can make their World Cup teams. It is a World Cup year. So what most players are looking for is an assurance of game time. So if Dembele comes to Chelsea, he's not going to want to play second fiddle or, play one match and then Raphinha plays another. Like he's going to want an assurance that he's going to get playing time. And I think that is a big stumbling block if we were to get both of them.
So you still do think that's an issue for him?
Yeah, of course I do think it's an issue. I think because as we've spoken, Raphinha is a versatile player, but I would like to think that Raphinha would like to play in a position where he's more comfortable, and so with Dembele to get the most output out of them, they would have to play in their most comfortable position. So if we're looking at the right hand side of things, that if Raheem Sterling, who is another one who needs promised game time because it's a World Cup year and England need to and there's so much competition in the English team, like that left side also is another, point of contention. So I think it's, the biggest issue it would be playing time. And if Dembele gets a certain amount of playing time over Raphinha, that's going to create an issue. That's going to cause a problem. And then we're going to find ourselves talking about Thomas Tuchel's man management and how it doesn't work properly and and all of these things where, there's pressure from both players that really want to have game time and that really want to play.
There was, before I move on to someone else on the panel, you wanted to say something yourself.
Yeah, I wanted to say that if we can get both, that would be good. But I think we're gonna get one of them. I feel that the reason why we're gonna get one of them is because it's gonna cause an argument if we get both of them, like Lionel just said.
Okay, just quickly, I want to bring on Ty in. I had to, because he was busy doing something else. I had to remove him to bring in somebody else. But I want to bring him quickly, if you guys don't mind. He says he wanted to say something, and
yeah, I'll leave.
Oh, okay. No, but Deus, thank you very much for finding time to join. I appreciate that. Okay, now, Ty, are you there right now?
Yes, I am.
So you have the space to stay on because somebody just went out. I had to take you off because it's unfair that you're busy doing something else.
I understand why you did.
Yeah. So quickly, you wanted to just go ahead. Whatever you want to say. You heard everything we were discussing. I understand you're busy, and believe me, I truly do understand. And if you're watching right now, we have 130 people watching. If you haven't, please do like the video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. We've gained almost 50 subscribers for today's show, and that's brilliant. And thank you very much for that. And if you haven't, please go check out the channels of this awesome panelists, and you can see their Twitter handle. You can see Bobby's Twitter handles. If you find him, I think it's a different avatar for his Twitter, but you will know you're talking about Bobby Smoky Signals. That's the name. I think there's only one. And you also see Nick's, you find Nick, follow him. Rodrigo, also follow him on. You see the same R like this on Twitter. Follow him. Go check out Lionel Jules' YouTube channel. Make sure to subscribe to his channel and also follow him on Twitter. Do the same for Thai Talks. For those that have channels, I will share the links to the channels while the show goes on. So Ty, go ahead and say what you wanted to say.
I was hearing you guys speak about Ziyech and Raphinha, and then I heard you guys jump into Dembele. The thing is, the last part about why wouldn't be able to get both Raphinha and Dembele? I don't think that the point that Deals was trying to bring across is completely valid. I can understand what he's saying, but I mean, in terms of that, you need to have competition in the team. And I mean, Rafinha, if I correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not sure if he has that competition when he's at Leeds to where he can be benched to say that, oh, Rafinha isn't doing good, or he's not having a good game, so let's bring on this player. That it's never like that. I'm pretty sure that they play him for 90 minutes, and the only time he doesn't play is if he has a little minor knock where he has to come off or he's forced off. So I think it isn't like we can't get both players in. And I mean, I'm pretty sure Dembele is mature enough to understand that he's not going to be playing every game. And there's little certainty that even if he was to come, that he's going to be hitting the ground running, and it's going to take him time. So I think, in terms of what Tuchel demands as well, in terms of him having to work, trying to come back, trying to support the defense, everybody working as a unit. I don't think that it's a case where, because he's starting for Barcelona, or at the time he was starting for Barcelona, that because of that he's coming to a different club where he has to fight. I don't think he's gonna be saying, "Oh, I was at this club and I didn't have to fight." I don't think he's gonna be that immature to say that. So I don't agree with the narrative that because he'd come and then he'd have to fight for his place. And plus we also do have other players who can play on that right hand side or already at the club. So I mean, either way, he was still gonna have to compete. So I don't think that
Ty,
in itself would be
can I ask
valid.
Ty a question? Ty, if you watch Dembele, do you think how is his work rate off the ball? Because that's another thing. Obviously, that's one thing.
That is what I was gonna get to actually.
Sorry.
That was what I was gonna get to.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yes, sorry. Yeah, go on.
Because with the work rate, that's what I was saying with what Tuchel demands. Because Tuchel demands everybody working as a unit to help the defense. Because you cannot only be relying on the defense to the defending. Everybody needs to defend. And one of the main things as well is that the best way to defend is by attacking. So if the attack isn't doing what it needs to be doing, then clearly you're going to be more susceptible to getting these counter attacks hitting you one after the other. So it's important that with his work rate as well, because we've seen that one of the issues, although Ziyech does do this sometimes, but sometimes it doesn't pay off. He tries to do things where he likes to come back, try to win the ball, and then he tries to go up the pitch, and the energy that it takes to go back and forth, it minimizes the amount of levels that you can do in terms of making a good pass. So I think with Dembele, it's down to if he understands what is going to be the demand from Tuchel. Obviously, he's worked with him before, but I mean over the years, Tuchel has adjusted and tweaked his system, and he's tweaked the demands that he has for the attack. So it's down to how open he is to learning a new pattern of play. So I think in that sense, it is important that we look in that regard. And I mean, with his injury issues, we don't know how much work he can actually do, because he's gonna have to add additional aggression to his game in terms of trying to win the ball back and try to do things. So it's down to what he's prepared to do, if that is the case, and that is if the club go for him. So I think in that regard, it's important to know that in that regard, he's gonna have competition, and even if Rafinha was supposed to sign and he's gonna sign, he'd still have to compete with everybody else, because he's not only fixated only on the right side. He doesn't have the power on the left, he does have some ability, and he's able to play there. So either way, no matter where he was going to be playing, he's going to have to compete, and that's just shows how mature he is. You know, if he's willing to accept that that's the situation he'll be in.
Yeah, that's a great input, right? I think with that we can, move on to and Ty, just quickly, do you agree that Rafinha? Do you think Rafinha would be an upgrade to Hakim Ziyech, and why?
Unless I really don't want to use the word upgrade, because it's not because people use this to say that with Raphinha and Ziyech doesn't. I heard you guys say this. Ziyech doesn't suit what Tuchel acts, and that's because he's not used to that. He's not used to, to having the being in a position where he doesn't have that freedom to, to I want to say hug the flags, in that sense, where he's there and then he comes central and try to create. So I think in a sense, the only thing that people could possibly say he's an upgrade to Ziyech on is that he has more attributes that could actually help him in these tight situations. He has that, what people want to call it, the Brazilian flair, where he's able to use instinct to get out of certain situation. If it's using his space, if it's doing little trickery here to try to confuse the defender or something like that. I think the only way you can really say is an upgrade is if he uses those little attributes and he has an advantage over Ziyech in. So I'm not really sure about saying he's an upgrade, because we've seen that when Ziyech plays in a more free role, he's able to express himself more, and he's able to do the things that he loves to do. So I'm not really sure if you're going to be judging him based on how he does in a back three system or how he does in a back four system, because in both cases I really can't say that Raphinha is really an upgrade to him when he's expressing himself in a back four. So I'm not really sure. It depends on what formation and what role he's given to play on that specific game.
Yeah, and just quickly, I want to say big up to Declan. I saw you in a bit. Thank you for that good comment. Yes, I took a break. Rested well. Yeah, I look differently, I admit, but thank you very much. I appreciate that, bro. I'm guessing you're very busy today. And also, let me say anything else to read here for this season coming. The top four will be Manchester City, Liverpool, Manchester United, and Arsenal. I don't think United will make it to top four. I know Ten Hag would do well, but with so many changes, they're meant to be seeing how that is. They haven't made so many changes yet, but I think he'd have to make so many changes to have a balanced team that, you could argue he would do well, or maybe a few signings there, but we'll see what happens. It says, again, off topic, chat, the City group shambles buying Palermo or whatever. It's hilarious. If it was Chelsea, you wouldn't hear the end of it. That's the truth. Whenever it's Chelsea, the media make the meal, make the meal out of it, and run with it and say whatever. Us Leeds fans know what Raf will bring to a team, but would you want a player who clearly doesn't want it to be there? Good question. Again, there's no way to tell that he clearly doesn't want to be at Chelsea. You could see it this way.
Coming from?
Yeah, he's coming from the argument because Raphinha,
the fact that he's making us wait.
Yeah, he's making us wait, and the fact he's waiting on Barcelona. Yeah,
that's where that's coming from. Like, he's making us wait for Barcelona to somehow out of absolutely nothing come up with a bigger bid than we have for Leeds. And apparently, I don't know if this is true, but there's also talk that Deco is trying to persuade Leeds to accept Barcelona. Like, it's all of these things that make this so disrespectful, and it shows that this player doesn't want to play for us. And I honestly, we've had this with Lukaku. We've just had the same thing. Like players that don't want to play for us should leave, should not be a priority for Chelsea Football Club, and they continue to be. And that's why at the end of next season, when Raphinha does want to go to Barcelona because financially they're better now, it's going to be a whole other situation about why the player wants to leave and how Tuchel is not a great coach and he hasn't been using him and blah, 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 and all of these things, when in reality, the player doesn't want to be there.
Mm-hmm. I get your argument, and some on the panel have argued, that we should swallow our pride and get him, because it's an argument that he's only went to Barcelona because we're the ones hijacking the deal. He's already, he has an agreement in place with Barcelona.
Can I just quickly say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
The thing is, I think it's I think Lionel who just said something, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, with that, I mean, I know people are saying that we should withdraw a bid. In that sense, I think that's too far, because I think if you think about it, you're gonna be withdrawing a bid that was accepted by his current parent club, while Barcelona have offered less than we have. They have to outbid what we did in order to get him. I'm not really sure about that. If it's a case where he continues and he persists with trying and pushing for it, then you can say that yes, because people are making these comparisons to Lukaku. With Lukaku wasn't considering Chelsea. He made that pretty clear. With Raphinha, it's not a case where he hasn't considered the club. He has considered the club, but he has his dream move. There's a difference between that. You can have a dream move, you come to a club. We've seen that with Hazard. I mean, he's had his dream move and he got his dream move. Obviously, we know what the circumstances that followed after that. But with that, you can't really say that it's close to it. And hypothetically speaking, you're saying that next year when he wants to leave, that is an assumption. There's no assurance that is what is going to happen.
So his dream is going to stop because he played a season for Chelsea. Like his dream to play for Barcelona is going to end all of a sudden because he had a fantastic season at Chelsea.
What if the Deco throw a curveball in and say Raphinha will sign, but you need to put a release clause in his contract? How would you guys feel about that?
That's the deal breaker.
It's been done. It's been done before. You do that before. The players' camp and clubs do that. We heard the one for Erling Haaland. There's a buyout clause that will trigger in 2 years' time or so.
Yeah. It's the Madrid buyout.
He's gone. Yeah, he's gone. But with that would be the deal breaker then. Because
I don't. Wait, depending if it's we put an astronomical deal release clause. I mean, Chelsea have never done release clause on our players before. Always we do on players that we sell, but on players that we have, I don't think we've ever done one. So I don't think that's bad at all. I think it could be done. A lot of the players that we have, a lot of players have dreamed to play for different clubs, but once they join your team, if they're professional enough, the only issue I had with Lukaku is I feel like he wasn't professional enough. But a player like Raphinha, hopefully he's professional.
Yeah, but how do you know Raphinha is so professional? Like
I don't know.
He didn't come out.
Actually, one thing I will say about Raphinha, he didn't give up. He knew if Leeds get relegated, I'm gonna go to Barcelona for a cheaper price. But he was probably the reason why Leeds stayed up.
Yeah, he was key to them them staying up in the last minutes.
Yeah, he kept them up pretty much in the league. So yes.
Yeah, but
we're going here by things that we don't know.
There wasn't a threat of Barcelona asking him to not play good enough in order. Like my point is, I think all of this talk about like astronomical wages and like that's not my point. Is I want footballers that want to play for Chelsea Football Club, and it seems like we're in a situation constantly now where players are looking at Chelsea as a step towards what they actually want. And this is the problem that I'm having, and this is what my complaint is, is
And
that most of these players, because Hazard did it and he gave us such great years, oh no, it's okay. No, it's not. Like, we're a
the
big
only
club
way,
too.
how,
We're
how
not
do
Crystal
we
Palace,
fix
we're
that?
not West Ham, we're Chelsea Football Club. So if it's not crazy of me to demand that a player wants to play for Chelsea Football Club and sees Chelsea Football Club as the pinnacle of football. It's like, it's baffling to me that we were continuously playing second fiddle to the likes of Inter Milan and Barcelona and Real Madrid, and our fans are just okay with that because of, like, I just don't get it. I really don't get it. I think for us to have a bit of self-respect as a football club, we need to be able to demand that players want to play with for Chelsea without having this bigger dream that is more like it's. I think it's ridiculous. I think it's ludicrous.
See us as a stepping stone.
And I think that Chelsea Football Club, the management need to demand that players want to bleed for the badge. You cannot play for Liverpool if you don't want to bleed for the badge. You cannot play for the reason why Man United are in the dumps that they have is because they have a bunch of players who don't know what it's like or what it means to play for the Man United badge. And we're going down the same road if we continue to allow this, oh no, he can play for us for like a few seasons and then get his dream move. It's because there's no respect for Chelsea Football Club, and it's continuing, and it's going to continue unless something is done about it. But if we continue to allow people like Raphinha to bully us into waiting for him to make a decision on a Barcelona side that doesn't have the money to make a better offer than us, I think it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
I think let's just continue with this, what Lionel just talked about. And I want to bring in, I think Rodrigo has also talked about that, Ty, the same thing. I want to bring in Nick, then I'll go to Bobby, because it's an important point that we've raised here. Nick, how about, the fact that we go for players who really want to come and play for us and not just come play for us, for a few years and then move on?
Yeah, but how many players have we done that with? Hardly no one. Most of the players who come to Chelsea, I'm not talking about Lukaku now. That's a different case. You can't go on every player because Lukaku did what he did. Raphinha is not Lukaku. And Chelsea, like we said, he's got tomorrow to make his decision. If he decides he wants to come to Chelsea, that means he wants to play for Chelsea. It's up to him. Chelsea are not forcing, begging. And, how many players in the past? Drogba, did he want to play for us? Yes. I could go on. Andre Flo. So many players. Hasselbank, Johnson. Most players we've signed in the years, they wanted to play for Chelsea. So everyone's getting too worried that we might be the new Man United. We're not. Nowhere near United. We're not doing like United. We're not. We're Chelsea. And, the players you mentioned, the ones who come, like Hazard, he dreamed. Every player has a dream. That's natural, But they,
But Nick, you must remember, first of all, Hazard wanted to come to us. He did not make us wait.
Of course,
that's what I'm saying. I'm joining the European champions.
Yeah, but Raphinha didn't say he doesn't want to come to Chelsea. He didn't say. People are saying that. Journalists are saying whatever they want. Fans are saying what they want. He didn't. He hasn't said nothing. He's considering Chelsea.
Nick, sorry, can I just say
go on,
quickly? He doesn't need to say anything. His actions are speaking much louder than his words. This is my point.
That's why. I know what you're saying. We don't need players who don't want to play for us. I don't want players who don't want to play for us. But we're giving him a choice. That's what we can do. We're not going to wait longer than tomorrow. So tomorrow we're going to find out. It's his choice. So if it doesn't make any difference to me. If he wants to come, he's welcome. If he doesn't, he can stay at Barcelona and suffer. That's what's going to happen to Barcelona. Yeah. So, it's up to him. Like most players who come to Chelsea, they wanted to come and play for us, of course. And it's not many players who didn't. Lukaku is the only one, I think. Lukaku was a traitor, a liar, everything, you know. But Raphinha is nowhere near Lukaku. He's not like Lukaku.
Courtois did the same thing. Courtois did the same thing to us.
Yeah, Courtois
and
was a different story.
Yeah, but that's the reason why we went
for Real
out and we
Madrid.
spent.
So
Yeah,
Nick,
but
let me
that's
ask
the
you
reason
this
why we
way.
went out. Yeah.
Should we start looking at whether a player wants to play for us or not first
No,
and
you
foremost,
can't,
before anything else?
Look,
no, the
I
manager
don't think
doesn't look at it like that, coach. The
Mhm,
manager
mhm.
looks at the player, well, you know, how good he is.
And
So
try to
does the
convince him to
scout.
join.
Yes, of course. That's what everyone does. Any manager, Pep, Klopp, Tuchel, of course, they have to convince the player, you know, you want to be my plan, my vision. And it's up to the player if he does or not. Lukaku lied. He said, yes, I want to do this, I want to do that. But he was lying from the start. We just didn't know. He fooled us all. But, you know, it doesn't mean every other player is the same. So forget that.
Yeah.
Rodrigo, you're very wrong, I'm afraid. I have to say.
Okay.
Very wrong.
Yeah, he has a right. Whether he's wrong or right in your eyes, I know you agree. He has a right to his opinion, and you have a right to yours. So it's
I'm
been.
just saying he's wrong. But you know,
No, I understand. I understand, Nick. I understand. Believe me. No, sorry if I came across as if I was, cutting you off, but that's not the case. Again, we have 149 likes. Again, you guys are absolute legends. Keep liking the video. We're shooting for 300 by the end of the show, and I still believe we can still get there. So quickly, Bobby, your thoughts on what we just talked about. That wasn't planned, but I think Lionel made a very good point, and Rodrigo did make a very good point about the player wanting to play for us. We don't want to. I get Nick's argument also, which makes sense if you look at it. A manager looks at the player they want, and they go for the player, and they try to convince the player to come play for us. For that, you can get a player who wants to play for Madrid to come play for you, and even love playing for you and continue playing for you. So that's a good argument from Nick also. But you must see things also from the perspective of Lionel, Rodrigo, and I think Ty also did talk about it. The importance of making sure a player wants to play for the club. But first, quickly, I had to skip to the bottom of the chat because we have quite a lot of people. And my apologies for everybody if I've skipped your input in the chat. I'm so sorry about that. And if you look, I shared the link to Lionel Jules' YouTube channel. Make sure to go check it out. Triple said we made a bid. Leeds accepted it, not Raphinha's fault. That's the truth. Leeds wants more money. Rafinha apparently wants to join Barcelona. So that's a different thing altogether. Facts, action speaks louder than words. I agree because his actions show he prefers Barcelona. But you could argue also he wants to join Barcelona because he has an agreement in place with them. So he's trying just to live up to the bargain from his own side. Yeah, to be fair, he had already agreed to personal terms with Barcelona since Pacman Esa, which is the truth, earlier this year. So he may well be trying to, let me just, fulfill that.
The man of his word. Maybe in this situation, he want Barcelona to be the first one to say.
Yeah, that may well be the case because if he's not showing any chance that he's willing to join Chelsea, I don't think Chelsea will still be there by now. But that's another argument for another day. I knew Lukaku was lying from the start. I was waiting for you to say something. We are all suffering from the aftermath of Lukaku saga. Hence, the fear of us not being a first choice club. It didn't start today. It did not start today, like Lionel said. It did not start today.
That's the best comment I heard all day, coach.
Yeah, so that's
right.
Yeah, that's a delicious comment, by the way. I must give you that, Just Viola. Even though you and I are fighting
for me.
Yeah,
exactly.
it is.
That's what it's about.
Exactly. I want Rafinha. Look, most of us here want Rafinha. And with that, please keep liking the video. We're at 150, just 50 more to get to 200. Yes, we can get to 300 by the end of the show. If you haven't, please like the video and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Thank you very much. And like I've always told you, I prefer you liking the video than donating your hard-earned money to the channel. There are other ways the channel can make money. Your support by being part of the conversation, adding to the liking the video, and also contributing to the chat. Those things do go a long way.
Sorry,
so
Coach,
thank you very much for that.
I'm gonna shoot. You can get someone else in the panel. I've got another call. Thanks for having me, and I hope everyone on the panel have a good day. So,
Thank you very much. And by the way, you know you're a resident panelist here, so you're always welcome whenever you have time. Thank you very much, bro. I appreciate that. Stephanie Bennett says he wouldn't drop in from he's desperate to win a World Cup with Brazil 2 years' time. He goes to Barca. I'm not sure that makes a difference. Again, he at the same time he wants to go to the World Cup. At the same time, he doesn't want to go hungry. At the same time, he wants to make more money. So you must go. So maybe I don't know why he's all bent on joining to Barca. Maybe he just wants to fulfill, the fact that he has an agreement in place with them. Then Tom, understandable. I feel you. They're just curious. Thanks. Okay. Thank you very much. So now back to the panel. Bobby, your thoughts on what you heard us talk about the player wanting to play for the club first and foremost before we make a move.
Coach, you've just frustrated me now. We've got so many bigger fish to fry. Where the guy that just left, who was that? Was that Rodrigo?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a shame because I would have liked to have spoken to him. Look, I agree with Nick, who, like myself, is old school. It amazes me. All these young Chelsea fans, including yourself to a certain extent, Coach. I know you're not that young, but you guys are a lot younger than I am.
Bobby's especially Coach.
These guys, they haven't seen anything, and yet they have this picture in their head of inferiority that startles me. Listen, forget about Raphinha. We've made our bid that was accepted by Leeds. We've made a proposal to him for personal terms, and we've given him 48 hours. Forget about it. If he comes in 48 hours, fine. If he doesn't, we walk.
If he comes in 48 hours, would that mean he wants us over Barcelona? Or maybe because Barcelona...
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. If he accepts the terms that we've given him, it means he wants us. If he signs for Chelsea, it means he wants us. I don't know where this picture comes in that, suddenly he's going to play for a year and then he's going to want to go to Barcelona. Nonsense. You sign for Chelsea, we hold you by your terms. We have this kind of weak mentality, and other clubs are tough. They come in, I want this player, I do the deal, done, gone. I don't know whether this is a legacy of all that softening up that we got through Marina Granovskaia and all this nonsense that we've been doing. We are Chelsea Football Club, current world champions.
Yeah, Bobby,
we've gone for this
that
guy
again, Bobby, because they don't hear you. Say it again.
Well, we are Chelsea Football Club, the current world champions.
We've
gone for this guy. No, I'm not going to say this. I keep getting interrupted.
Hold on, Lionel, you will come in. You will come in, Lionel. You will come in. Go ahead, Bobby.
We've gone for this guy who has had an agreement with Barcelona 4 months ago. All this talk of, it's his dream to play for Barcelona. He's been very clear. I had an agreement with Barcelona 4 months ago. I want to play for Barcelona, of course. But now all of a sudden Chelsea has come in and he has said clearly that after that, his next choice is Chelsea. Fine. Now the ball's in his court. If he's bamboozled by Barcelona and they tell him all sorts of lies, that he can do this and do that, that's up to him. But we've done our job. Why are we getting so uptight about it? If he has said he's going to sit back, he's going to reflect on all the proposals on the table and make a decision, let him make a decision. It's been barely 2 days. Let him make the decision. Whatever decision he makes, we as Chelsea Football Club, the current world champions, will say, okay, Raphinha, we respect your decision. Come, here's your shirt. Or, okay, Raphinha, we respect your decision, but just be aware that our offer is now off the table. And we move on. What are we getting so upset? We got bigger fish to fry. We've got to sort out our defense. I want to see De Ligt and Kiulibaly come in.
Yeah, we'll talk about those players in a bit.
We've already got players in that position. And this is what we're losing sight of. We have all this wishy-washy. It's like with the De Ligt situation. Oh, Juventus are saying they want Pulisic because he's of better commercial value. Okay, that's fine. But they ain't getting Pulisic. He's of commercial value to us. I don't give a damn what you think. And De Ligt has said he wants to leave. De Ligt has said he wants to join Chelsea. That's who I want. That's who we should pursue. And the money we put down for Raphinha, if we put it into De Ligt, we collect the guy cash. I don't know where we start getting all this mentality from.
Here's the thing, Bobby. Let me just say this, and I'll catch up with the chat, and I'll come back to Lionel, to make his argument before we move on to talking about, because I really do want us to talk about De Ligt. Now,
not an argument.
Here's the thing. Your final point, where you said we should go for De Ligt, who has said he wants to come to Chelsea. You're practically you're in that aspect making the same point as Lionel. And one thing I like about this panelist, all the panelists here. I'm coming. I'll come to you. Yeah. So you guys are making the same argument, and we're all entitled. Bobby, you know one thing I like about you? You've always argued we're all entitled to our opinions, and we're Chelsea fans.
I want to be Chelsea's next sporting director because
you
I
can.
will be brutal.
Yeah,
I'm not even looking.
You can.
At Where can I apply? I need that job. I need to sort those people out. Where's all this messing around? Why are we messing around? It's not like we don't have money. It's not like we don't have a project. It's not like we are not the world champions. I don't think you quite understand what that means. We are the current world champions. You don't get there without being European champions. You don't get there without being successful in your league. So if you want to talk about pedigree, that was why it was so important we won that Club World Cup. Because if you want to talk about pedigree, we have pedigree.
Yeah.
We're not going to go begging to Raphinha. Who are you? If you don't want us, fine, go. We've given you a deal. Take it
that brings you back to everything that Lionel just said. But let me quickly catch up on the chat. But I get your point in terms of Lionel saying, okay, we should just forget him. I think you're trying to balance your argument. But I get your point. Quickly, Pacman SA says that new reports are saying Raphinha is just waiting on Barcelona. That's what we're hearing. But there's no way to guarantee that that's the truth. Again, Joseph Inani from Namibia. Thank you. Nice to see you again, brother. It's been a while.
If that's the truth, I don't even care anymore. Fine.
Exactly.
You've got 48 hours to sign a contract or get lost.
I'll come back to you, Lionel. Says good job. Keep that up. You are connecting all Blues fans worldwide. You're saying Inani from Namibia, and there's another comment here for somebody thanking all the panelists for all the good job they're doing. I think I highlighted it. I'll see if I highlighted it. Say just be honest. Stop embarrassing me in front of the public. Okay, Barcelona. Okay, not Barca. Okay, thank you. You forgot again. Yes, I did forget again. And you like to disgrace me in public, but that's fine. That's by the way. I was only kidding. Dembele, says, okay, I am not convinced in his attacking system. Changes need to occur. If TT gets his signings, we can fairly criticize him. If he gets his signings and things don't go we don't see results, again, I don't know how soon we'll start to judging. And from my brother, Almighty Blues, he says, big up my people. Hope you all well, Coachila, bro. Couldn't agree more with Bobby. We all have great points. Yes, I agree. I agree with him. And then I also agree with Lionel Jill. I understand his point. And Bobby, after all, came back to what Lionel Jill was saying to a certain measure. But that's, by the way, bigger people. I hope, again, go check out his channel. Great content. He has 2 channels. He has Almighty Sports plus Almighty Blues FC. But if you're a Chelsea fan, you have to go subscribe to Almighty Blues FC. I think you will love the content. Again, anything here that I'm missing, let me know. Just Viola, yes, she always does that to me, but that's by the way. I forgive her anyway. Comment Rafinha, if we get him, I'd like him. Hopefully he wants to play for us. That's why I love Bobby's view. Yep, he always expresses his opinion, and we're all entitled to that, and that's great. That's why I always like to have him on the panel. If we size him better, but I hate a player that wanted to make my club a second choice because we are one of the best clubs in the world. That's a delicious comment there by my brother Obunaya of the Chelsea World Champions, 100% right. At least for now, yep, we're the current world champions, and that goes a long way. World Club Super Cup also, and which will be just been dethroned from the UEFA in terms of the Champions League. And thanks, Bobby, for saying it. Yep, goosebumps. Kudos to you, Bobby. Ankit loves that. Bobby, one track minded. Again, we don't call people names here, and I don't like that. That's not okay. Don't call people names here, please. No matter who you are, even if you're a modern nut. De Ligt and Aki is also good for me. Well, we'll talk about them in a bit. How long are we going to wait considering these? Barcelona, I expected, I hope I pronounced it correctly this time, to prioritize the signing of Robert Lewandowski this summer, despite interest, from Chelsea to, Raphinha, Matt Law. I think that's another good one. Thank you for that update here. True Blue says, talking to Dan, 100% True Blue. Says it's not up to him, it's up to Leeds. Whoever pays, it gets him. But the player has to want to go to where Leeds is. Whoever they accept the money from, the player would want to go there also. You can't force a player to go where they want to go. Correct me if I'm wrong. Whoever pays gets him. Remember, he got World Cup to think about. Barca don't cash up. He refuses Chelsea. He stays Leeds. I think he joins you, to be honest. And that's a good argument. You're using like you're not a Chelsea fan, Stephanie Bennett.
Coach, please, sorry to interrupt you. Can I just say one thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
I normally, the chat, that we're all part of the interactive conversation, and I normally ignore some of the things said to me in the chat because I think when you're fortunate enough to be in the panel, you have an advantage, and I don't like to attack the chat. But True Blue, I mean, come on, man. You're coming at me as if, look, I've been a Chelsea fan since 1970 as a little boy, a little child of 4 years old. I've seen everything with this club. I've seen more than you guys with this club, if I may humbly say. And I can assure you, I do not come from a position of arrogance. I have always had pride in Chelsea, and we have everything to be proud of. We're not a groveling club. When I say that we are the current world champions, I say that with pride, and I speak truth.
I am with you on that one.
That is who we are. And we need to remember who we are. So when all these come and go players come with their silly attitudes like we've had to tolerate from Lukaku, remember this: nobody is bigger than the club. If to you that's arrogant, then I suspect how much you really love the club. But for those that really love the club will know exactly what I'm talking about. I think it'd be disingenuous to me, mate, honestly.
And this is exactly what I'm talking about when I argue the fact that we should walk away from this deal. Because
I agree.
Raphinha is making us his second option. So if things don't work out with Barcelona, I'll just go to Chelsea, which is where I find the disrespect. And this is what I'm saying. That's my only argument. I think Raphinha is an amazing player. I wouldn't mind having him at Chelsea. I think he would do great. But at the same time, we have to stop playing second fiddle to other teams. Again, like you said, we're world champions. We've just won. We've recently won the Champions League. We are a big club. If we were Crystal Palace or West Ham or whatever the case, I would understand that he would make us wait for the big old Barcelona to make their move. But that's not the case. And the bid was made on Tuesday night, if I'm not mistaken. It was made on Tuesday night. The agreement was made, and he's taken 4 days plus the added 2 days that Bowley and the team are giving him to make his decision, which I think is unacceptable. It is unacceptable because there's no way that we know more about Barcelona's situation financially than Deco does. So Deco must have told him what the situation was. And if he's willing to wait, it means that there's something happening behind closed doors that we are not privy to. And that is where the disrespect comes in. And Chelsea Football Club deserves better than that. And it deserves a player that would treat a situation like this with more respect than Raphinha is doing. And that's not happening. And that's my argument.
Well, we're going to find out tomorrow.
We will find out. That's a very strong argument, and I do sincerely like that. Nick, I'm going to start you off. Let's just go to De Ligt now. Let's talk about De Ligt. I don't know how to pronounce his first name, and I don't want to give it a try, so I don't.
De Ligt.
No, his first name. I don't want to try his first name.
Is his name Matthijs De Ligt?
Is it Matthijs?
It's Matthijs.
Matthijs De Ligt. Okay. Now, Nick, let me start with you, then I'll go to Ty and then Bobby. And again, it's been a brilliant show, brilliant argument, brilliant input from those in the chat and everybody. Before I do that, I want to say thank you for 157 likes. And again, here I say, why does everyone want Barca? Barca cannot even pay. If my dream club, Chelsea, didn't have the money, I will go to other club and come to Chelsea later. It makes sense. Again, that's a good argument. That's a delicious argument right there, because it's business. You have to eat. You have to, you have to also feed your family. Stephanie is a Leeds fan. Oh, okay. Thank you very much. But Stephanie, thank you for participating in the chat. I do love that. Coachila, stop attributing other people's comments to me. Correct me where I'm wrong. Tell me where I attributed someone else's comment to you, and I want to know. Again, guess what, Bobby? Here's 1970. So what's don't suspect anything. Okay, remember, Leeds have an agreement with you, not Barca. That was a verbal. If we went down 65, okay. Don't question my loyalty to the club. Again, that's an argument you have with him. What's happening with Stalin? We'll get to that in a bit. And if we stayed up, okay. Now that's another thing we'll talk about in a bit. Coming back to the panel, De Ligt. I was on. I think I watched Monsters, a show, and some of the shows people were comparing De Ligt with Harry Maguire. Yep, you heard me correctly. And some were also arguing. That he's made so many errors that led a lot of errors that led. I don't have the number that led to penalties. So, Nick, your thoughts on that comparison?
Yeah. I didn't watch Monsters show like you did, but I can imagine, because I know most of them who go on the panel. I know most of his subscribers. Yeah, I'm not surprised, with what they say. Yeah, you can't compare a great player like De Ligt, with Maguire of all people. You must be joking, man. I don't believe it, but I do believe it, because that's what these people do.
How do they differ? Why do you think they shouldn't be compared? Let us know how they differ.
Maguire. He's a top player. Maguire is nowhere near to be a top player. He can play for England. I don't know how or why, but he does. But for me, he's De Ligt is not in. You can't mention his name, De Ligt, with that. I don't want to get it crazy now with that Maguire of all people. Maguire's for me, he's just a donkey, and that's what That's what I'll call him. That's what he is.
Nick,
he can't do nothing for.
Yeah, don't call names. Don't call. He's a human being.
To say he's a human being, but he's not a good player. No,
exactly. That's a better way to say it. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Leicester were clever to offload him to United, because United, they always go with the big money. They think, oh, yes, he's going to be the new Roy Keane or someone like that. Yeah, but I'm afraid it didn't work out like that. He, Maguire, how many mistakes he does in games? Own goals, passes to the wrong player. This is not De Ligt. De Ligt is a world-class player. He's only 22. He can become a top, one of the best in the world. And I can see that with him. He's only 22. The only thing I don't like about it, he doesn't have enough experience, but he will get the experience. But that's why I want Koulibaly.
At 22, he's gained enough experience.
Yes, but he's not like a Rudiger or Koulibaly. You understand what I'm trying to say? We have Silva. Silva there will, when he's playing, he will sort them youngsters out. But when Silva, don't forget, he's going to be 39 soon. When he's not playing, who's going to lead the back? De Ligt is great. He's young. He's everything, but he's 22. And when you're that age, you can always have a mistake in you. That's why people are saying things like that. But he's a great talent. He will get better. He will overtake, one day become the new Silva for us, yes. But, in the meantime, you need Koulibaly next to him, just for the experience. And like Rudiger had and Silva, we had two great, with Rudiger and Silva, you know what we had. When Tuchel came in, we didn't let one go in. For how many games? It was, I think, over 20 games. We let one go in, I think, if I'm right. And that's because we have leaders at the back. Legitimately, I love for him to come, of course. And he will learn under Silva, hopefully under Koulibaly. He will become, he will become the new John Terry for Chelsea, for sure. Yeah. That's what I have to say for me.
Yep. I do agree with you. I think comparing him with Harry Maguire is very unfair. It's unfair.
Panelists, they're all jokers. They come for a laugh.
It doesn't matter. They are entitled to their opinion. And did he make a few? Did he make a few mistakes this past season? Yes, he did. But that comes with his age.
You have people like Declare on the panel, just to mention one.
No, please, again, no name calling. I'm going to end the poll.
Wait a minute.
Please.
Where I asked.
Wait a minute. He said,
okay,
please.
Let me talk, please.
Let me say why I said that. Because in the chat he said, I knew Lukaku was a liar. That's because of me. I know what he's trying to say. So I had to say something back.
But he didn't say your name.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. I know what he means.
All right, thank you. Let me just say something. Who is the better player was the poll I put out. And 66% say Raphinha is a better player, while 34% says Ziyech is a better player. So I'm going to end the poll right now because I want to put up another poll there. Before I continue, I'm going to start with Ty, who hasn't spoken for a while. Ty, your thoughts on the comparisons between...
let me just say happy birthday to Ty. It was a couple of days ago. Sorry. I did send you a text. Ty. Yeah. So.
All right. Happy birthday to you, Ty. And if you're in the chat, please take a second to say happy birthday to Ty Talks. Ty, coming to you again. Again, it's 2 days past or a day past your birthday, but that's by the way. It's still good to say happy birthday to you. We had no show the previous day.
Never.
All right, better than never. Yeah. And again, please go check out the Ty Talks YouTube channel and be sure to subscribe. Again, I don't know his number right now, but I think he's doing well. Again, I will share the link. 233.
36.
36, yeah, that's fine. I'll share the link to his channel in a bit so that you can go check it out and subscribe to his channel. Now, again, Ty, coming to you, talking about the comparisons between De Ligt and Harry Maguire, your thoughts. And with that, Ty, I'll leave you once you're done. I'll let Bobby control the show. Let Bobby speak, and then you let Lionel come in, and you can continue with that conversation. I'll be back in about 5 minutes or so.
Okay, all right. Well, with that comparison, I really can't. I really don't see it. The thing is, I think a lot of people look at De Ligt, and when they see De Ligt, I don't think they see the player per se. I think they see the price tag, and then they try to compare the fact that he is young and he's made a lot of mistakes. Yes, he's made a lot of errors, and the stats that they use about him giving away penalties or him doing things that lead to penalties, in a sense it is true, but I think in a sense, I think they need to remember as well that Juventus is a team where they're slowly becoming less and less of a team that actually have a defensive foundation. It's mostly them having defenders. Some are good, some are bad, and they try to see what can happen. We saw I think when we played them twice. Obviously they won us 1-0 the first time. But it was quite easy to slice through their team. The second time we played them, I think we won 4-0. I think De Ligt was playing what was it, the left side, and he was actually giving our players a hard time. And I think that was back in November or October, I don't remember. So I think in a sense with De Ligt, I always say that when it comes on to these young players, you have to be careful to not put these high, comparisons on them, like John Terry, or say that he's going to be the next John Terry. He's going to be the next Silva. He's going to. I don't think that is good. I think you should let them develop, let them do what they're doing, let them improve, let them learn, to become a better defender in this situation, and then you see what happens there. I think as well that people need to remember that, a club and in a sense you can use country, because I think Nick was saying that Maguire can do it for England. I will say this: when it comes on to things like that, the atmosphere and the club or whatever team you're representing, it depends on what you're asked to do. It depends on the system and what the tactics demands you to do. We see that with Maguire when he plays for England, he has he makes better decisions. He likes to come out. He makes passes, and yes, people say that Southgate isn't really a competent manager, but you can see that certain players they have their greatest time playing under him, and they have the worst time. Declan Rice for West Ham, he's key to them. When he plays for England, he has his shortcomings being exposed. Mason Mount, when he plays for Chelsea, he has a lot of creativity in him. He's very key to what Chelsea do. But with England, he doesn't really have that same performance shining through. And the list goes on. The only thing that I can say is that it depends on the situation that players are in. Juventus don't really have a defensive foundation, so I think it will allow each player to look like they're not good. Because even with Silva in our team, when we were conceding a lot of goals under the former manager, it wasn't that we didn't have any defensive strength. It was based on the way that the team was set up. So I think, and especially with what that tweet is saying, his admiration, and I think as well, there's another one that says that he admires the fact that Tuchel has this ability to get the best out of defenders. So I think in a sense, you may look at it and say that, you know what, Juventus are not really helping my career. And I mean, at Ajax, I was able to make a name for myself. I was a captain for them. I was hoping them, to get another, title under their belt. So I think in a sense, I don't necessarily think we a lot of fans can judge him based on the fact that he's doing pretty poor at Juventus, when the entire defense, or most of the defense there, aren't really impressive. But I mean that's my opinion. I don't know what other people think, but I just don't think that for his age, you should expect him to be making off the line saves or doing backflips or type of things, that can allow him to to be able to prevent goals from happening. I think for his age, he's doing good, but yes, he has a lot of room for improvement. And I mean, on the Tuchel, with the admiration that he has for him, or supposedly has for him, I think it could work out, because he has shown what he can do with Rudiger. And I mean, Rudiger was a good defender. He just needed somebody to trust him and to give him, that feeling that, that there's belief in him. And I think if the case is that Chelsea are pushing for De Ligt, you never know. We could end up going for him. And, Tuchel, add whatever he does, to help these players, perform at the highest level that they can and play to their potential. So I'm not really sure that, their comparison with Maguire is valid, especially for his age. But I think it's down to the fact that they look at this price tag and say that the club really want to spend this amount of money on this player who hasn't been doing good. And I think, the price tag, I always say that you can't judge players based on it because they don't value themselves that high. It's down to the club. But I mean, that's just my opinion.
Yeah. I kind of agree with most of the things that you're saying, but is it correct that he's played alongside Bonucci and Chiellini, right?
Yeah.
He's played alongside those two, and also, and let's not forget that at international level, he plays alongside Van Dijk, which I think those are important partnerships to have in any young defender's development. I think he's great on the ball. I think that he is strong, which is something that we need in our back line at times. We need a bully, if that makes sense, and we're going to lose that because Rudiger's not there right now. I agree. I agree that the comparisons with Maguire are unfounded, and that he will come to the Premier League and prove that he can play in the league. It's just, again, like you said, the price tag. It's tough because you look at that kind of price tag, and yes, it's put on a 22-year-old, but it's the valuation. I think they paid. I think it was about 74 million for him. So if they're looking at 100 million now, or 120 million, is because they understand his potential and what he can do. And maybe they agree with the fact that, Juventus doesn't have the best backline right now. That's why it's hard to really see this kid's potential, but put him in the right spaces and he's going to deliver. So it's going to be interesting to see if we can firstly get the deal over the line. I think, the guys like Koulibaly, yes, Koulibaly is good to come to the team, but again, with the age thing, I think, yes, there's experience there, but with the speed of the Premier League, I mean, yes, Silva was amazing, but is Koulibaly going to have the same effect? No one knows. It's a risk, again, that's being taken. And the prices that Napoli is putting out for Koulibaly are a bit ridiculous, especially for his age. So, yeah, it's interesting. I heard Kimpembe is now being offloaded by PSG, who is another probably potential signing that Thomas Tuchel's interested in. So we need defenders. I think De Ligt as a project, more than just someone to lock up, the defense this season, as a project for the future. And like Nick said, to be someone that that's talked about in the same breath as the John Terrys or the Carvalhos that we've had at Chelsea. I think that it's worth going for. But again, 100 million, it's a tough one. I know a lot of players are going for 100 million these days, but I don't mean to bring this up again, but we just got a player for 100 million from Italy, and that didn't work out. So it should be interesting on how we go forward.
Yeah. I mean, you never know. People need to remember that we could end up getting 3 centre backs and not only 2, because we could lose more players as well.
Yeah, I think that our the need right now is centre backs, and that if we spend most of our transfer budget on centre backs, that wouldn't be a bad thing. And yeah, De Ligt, it's a risk. I think any player that comes to Chelsea is a risk. We've seen it happen with our strikers. We've seen it happen with our midfielders. It's a risk that we have to take. And De Ligt, I think that with his age, it allows him a bit more freedom to build and grow within the team and the culture that is the Premier League. And we've seen Kanute do it at Liverpool, or Kanate do it at Liverpool, and I think he can do it at Chelsea. It's just, can we get a better price? Is 100 mil too much? Who knows? We'll have to wait and see.
Thank you very much, Ty. You did a very good job of holding the fort for me. And again, I was going to say something quickly about what True Blue said in the chat, saying something about his defense. Again, this is not a courtroom. This is not a courtroom. It's not like you defending yourself or something happened. I don't want to get into that. Again, what I saw, I read what you wrote, and to me, you called somebody name. If it wasn't you that did it, let me know, and I'll call the person out. Okay, so that's, by the way, Lee Starling is done. It says, let's say True Talk Bobby says, I remember Kane of verbal means nothing. That's the truth. Coachila, I sent you an update on Delete a little back ago. I think, isn't it this one open? You let me know if there's another one. I'll check in a bit. Says, in terms of play style, yes, he is like Maguire, but he's way better than Maguire. Again, the mistakes people are talking about is something that comes with the age. And I think, plus, again, you must, Sorry, does anybody on the panel wanted to say something?
Yeah, I was going to come into this because I think this is where we should be focused. The Raphinha thing, yes, it would be nice if it happens, but, at the moment, we don't know. So we've done what we've done. Now we need to focus where we really need the players. I want to see Chelsea, first of all, De Ligt. De Ligt, this is his time at Chelsea. De Ligt is good for Chelsea, and Chelsea is good for De Ligt, for sure. Yes, he's not quite the finished article, but he's a young man, and he's very, very close to that finished article. And I personally believe, and it's just my personal opinion, that Thomas Tuchel will take him to the next level. And I think we've
seen that happen.
But along with him, I think we need to do something else. We need to ensure we can get Kiulibaly. That is, if the Napoli ultras don't lock up all the airports so that he can't leave.
Yeah.
We need to either get Kiulibaly or get Kimpembe. Where Chelsea
Robbie has to be Koulibaly. He's no good.
Sorry?
Okay, Nick, let him finish. You can comment. Go ahead, Bobby.
I think that's where we really need to start to show intent. Are we going to complete the Jules Kounde deal? We've got till the 5th of July. Let's do it. All this messing around with players, that do we really, really need? I mean, all we need is the players that we've got already to step up. Your likes of Ziyech, your likes of Pulisic, and if we don't sell him, Werner. And if indeed we're serious and we're getting Sterling, who really is not my choice, then what that tells me is that we're just looking for an expansive, fluid forward line. That's what we should be focused on. But where we really need the help, because we've actually lost players, is in central defense and a defensive midfield. This is going to be a very, very important preseason. My eyes, if I can get to watch the games, will be very much on Ethan Ampadu. I think he's going to be key, because if we're not going to bring in a CDM, he's the person that is going to be that person. The CDM stroke centre back, stroke left back, because he has the ability to do those things. But the question is he going to be able to step up to actually step into the Chelsea squad? Another player I'm going to be watching very, very keenly is Dejan Sterling. And of course, Levi Colwill. These are players that, from the looks of things and at the pace we are going in the transfer market, we may well need to rely on. Most definitely in the squad, or the pace we're going, probably in the first team. So preseason is massive. And that's where we should be looking at, not playing around with the egos and the likes and dislikes of whoever his name is and all that. Raphinha is small fry to Chelsea. Small fry. Yes, it'll be good if he comes, but if he's going to be playing silly buggers, I'd rather he doesn't come.
Yeah, yeah. I think we can all agree with that, and it only makes sense that if it's not serious about joining us, we should just let it go and go for players who, like De Ligt, who seriously wants to join us, and like the comment on the screen, the tweet on the screen by Nick Pure Wall. I hope I pronounced his last name correctly. De Ligt's admiration for Tuchel is thought to put a Chelsea as favorite to sign the 22-year-old should he leave Juventus this summer, with negotiations thought to have started positively. And again, there's no question whether he'd leave. I think that the Juventus director who's made a comment, when a player wants to leave, your option is just to let the player go if he doesn't want to stay, which means he's leaving. And it looks like Chelsea is the most likely destination, and I'd like to see him at the club. I'm not really concerned about the mistakes that people have talked about, because that's something that he can be, he can do better. And Thomas Tuchel has shown he's good at improving players. Liam Lane says you have to be a special kind of player to go to Juve and be made a captain at his age. He's a leader. And first of all, quickly, I wanted to just talk about this delicious and hilarious comment here by Just Viola. Says Maguire strangled Cesar's Flaqueta, and he nearly stopped. Who was it? This Belgium international for having kids anymore. Was that Michel Batshuayi?
That's right.
Yeah. He nearly stopped him from having. Area. And De Ligt don't do all. Yeah, De Ligt don't do all those things. Again, Maguire, he's trying to show that he can be aggressive. And whenever he does that, I think he should by now have 100.
Coach,
he should have 100 red cards by now.
That's why I call Maguire what I call him, because that's what he is. He's a,
Yeah, but still not fair. Nick, you're my brother. You know I love you, but still not fair.
I was there when he nearly broke Aspie's ankle that day, his leg.
Yeah.
And the ref didn't even give him a card.
The Ligt is very different.
Right in front of that incident, and he's not better than what I said. No chance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, again, the poll so far, do you think it is fair to compare De Ligt with Maguire? 31% yes says yes, 69% says no. Against majority agrees. Again, thank you for this delicious comment here. Josuela, I really do like that. And here it says that De Ligt captained Ajax at 19 years old to the title. That makes sense. Maguire can barely keep the armband on. What are these comparisons for? I just do not know. So that's why we have to talk about. I thought maybe we should talk about it, and I'm happy that we're talking about it here. And again, I've read this delicious comment there. Liam Lane says you have to be a special kind of player to go to Juve and be made a captain at his age. That's the truth. And some people argue that again you're riding on the back of the two most experienced defenders in the world. But I think it was Tribute that argued that actually the case is the other way around. The two oldest, probably some of the oldest defenders in the world, he was doing the running for them. Nobody argued that. Again, I'm going to skip the next comment because I want to look beyond that. I just don't want to get into that again right now. Anything else I'm missing here? It says, keep him and Aki away. They're not worth the money. I'd rather Kounde and Kiulibaly come in. Again, that's your argument, Fraser HK. And again, keep liking the videos, people. We need just how many now? 38. Yeah, 38 more likes to get to 200 likes, and we can do that. So please keep liking the video if you haven't, and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Again, so, says telling him we'll play three at the back, get all three. It makes sense. Hi all, how are you? Oh, Lee, how are you doing, brother? They said lateness is greatness, better late than never. Nice to see you here, brother. Again, anything here? True Blue Lamb Lane, it says, I don't think it's worth the rumored price tag. I don't think we'll pay that much money. I think we'll get him for less. That's what I'm saying. Please, guys in the panel, we have to take it easy. We're all agency fund, and we are looking up for the best of our club. That's the truth. We all have the right to express how we feel. Rudiger benefited from playing next to the legend that is Silva, younger defender, said so. That's a good argument right there. Hello, bro. Just 30 seconds ago, Sky Sports News is reporting that Raphinha has asked his agent to stop Chelsea from coming to buy him. he prefers to play for Barcelona. That is the latest. Now, if that is in fact the truth, like Lionel has argued all show, we shouldn't even be talking about Raphinha right now. It just isn't worth it. It's become disgraceful. Then maybe he should slug it out with Leeds United. And again, I think what Chelsea should do, if in fact, because I heard Barcelona has made an equal offer, but they're not going to put the down payment is not going to be as much as Chelsea as agreed to make. If that is the truth, then even though Cesar Azpilicueta and Marcos Alonso will leave on a free come next season, I don't think Chelsea should let both players go to Barcelona right now. We should starve them of the two players. And because they tapped up, they're the ones that tapped up, what's his name? Andreas Christensen. That's a chance he stayed at Chelsea. But they tapped him up. They started talking with him when they realized we were having issues with him. Nick, let me catch up with the chat. I'll come back to you in a bit, okay?
Who said that? Which journalist said that? Justin,
they say the Sky Sports reports that.
Don't look into that, but because the logic behind
that was why I said if in fact it is the truth.
No,
the logic behind it is not true.
No.
Okay. Agent, he knows, and I read it. You don't have to point it out. I knew he meant agent, and I didn't even say it, engine. I read it as agent because I understood that was what he wanted to type. True Blue. Sorry about broken up messages. I'm using Android TV remote to type. Oh, sorry to hear that. But Stephanie, believe me, thank you very much for participating in the chat, and your inputs have all been brilliant, even though you're not a Chelsea fan. But let me know if you're a Chelsea fan indeed, or maybe a Chelsea fan in disguise. Let me know. I'll whatever it is, I'll take. I am good. Thanks, Jasviola, and how's you? Again, how are you, Lee? Hello, I am back for a tiny bit before got picked up from school. Kronostan, nice to see you again, brother. I hope you're doing well. Coachila, where the hell did I call him a name? Keep making up. When you call somebody arrogant, it's name calling to me. Let me know if you think otherwise. We read things differently, but that's how I see it. I take offense if you call me arrogant if I feel I'm not. Bye. Okay, thank you very much Al, for all the great inputs here. Again, see you next time. Hopefully you join us again. Cheers, Stephanie. Cheers, Stephanie. Indeed, she's been a great sport throughout the show. The Leeds are played under 3 different managers at Juve. If I'm not wrong,
who was there before?
He played
Allegri?
under Sarri.
Who's
who
there
again?
before Allegri?
Allegri and who?
I'm asking who the next one is because I already know about the only
Pirlo.
two.
Pirlo coached Juventus for a while,
Oh, yeah,
right?
man, I forgot he was there.
Did he play on the Pirlo?
Yeah, he did.
Pirlo was there recently, so yeah. And then
So yeah, 3
came
different
back.
managers. So just Viola, you're spotting. Good call. Ty, were you saying something?
No, I was saying that I do remember the other one, but it's Allegri. Not Allegri. Pirlo. Pirlo was there before Allegri came back.
Okay, True Blue, if you're done with this channel, because I don't allow you to use the channel as a courtroom, reading your comments, going back and forth with somebody on the panel, bye, and thank you for all your contributions. I do appreciate that. Again, take it easy, Mr. True Blue. We're here to enjoy each other comments. Thank you. Thank you, Busto. I sincerely do appreciate that. I think Pirlo. Yeah, you're correct, Pirlo. But that's, by the way, I'm going to come back to the panel. Anybody else on the panel want to say anything about De Ligt?
I think we said everything. We all want him. You know, we can't say much about it. He's a great player. We are trying to get him. I think we will. And I don't think it'd be 100 million. We still have Marina there in the background. Don't forget.
Yeah, we do.
Is that really the truth?
Thing?
Yes.
Yeah, she's still there till the end of the summer.
Who's doing all the dealing, Coach? Bowley is not. Bowley hasn't got a clue about this. Marina's there till the transfer window finishes. You know, she's there doing all the dealing.
Yeah,
let's see what she does.
You know,
so you tell me that Marina actually accepted Lukaku going for less. That's
choice.
That's improvement on the report.
Here's what that debunks. Here's something that
Marina,
the fact that she's Go ahead, Nick.
Wait a minute, coach. Marina is there till the transfer window finishes, then she's going. Probably wherever Roman goes. And that's a fact. And she's doing all the business. Bowley asked her to stay for this reason. And this reason alone. Because Bowley is not, hasn't got the experience what Marina has. Then don't forget, Marina has done wonders, miracles for this club and made billions for this club.
Yeah.
Of course, she has in most cases. Yeah, she's not all bad. She's not perfect. She's made mistakes, if you ask me. Yeah, go ahead.
She has made mistakes also, but she has made miracles. She got us a
wrong
good amount
adjective.
of money.
She hasn't made miracles. Miracles are done by a spiritual being.
Let me
No. You can use it. It's just how do I phrase it? A metaphor, if you prefer. Go ahead, Lina. You were saying something.
She got us the best value for Morata, who had 2 of his worst seasons at Chelsea, which no one.
And I know not just Morata.
There's just one example.
She's there's no one better at her job than Marina in this world, and that's a fact.
Marina has been exceptional for Chelsea. Yes, there's been mistakes, of course. There's been mistakes everywhere. Liverpool, that everyone talks about how great their transfer business is. They've made 37 signings since Klopp has been at Liverpool, and 17 of those signings you've probably never even heard of. So these are the reality. Like, I don't understand this rhetoric about.
They don't understand what's going on, Lino. Look, Marina, I was there. She's a Chelsea fan like Roman. Why is she?
Here's one thing, Nick. Here's what I want to say quickly.
Coach, she's a fan like us. She loves Chelsea Football Club like Roman does. Don't forget that. I was there when we were singing Blues of Color. Marina was singing it with the fans. Don't tell me otherwise about Marina.
Nobody's telling you otherwise here, Nick.
We're not talking
Guess what I want to say.
We're not talking about her loyalty to the club. We're talking about her decisions.
Okay, here's what I want to say, Nick. That point that you guys raised now, it just debunks the fact some people are saying she's been fired. The fact, because if you fire somebody, you wouldn't want anything to do with that person's advice.
He's going to go after the transfer window is closed.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. You wouldn't want to, for any reason, take advice for somebody who...
And especially to add on the fact that she has all these connections to Roman Abramovich, who the new owners are trying to distance themselves as much as possible from this Roman Abramovich era. And that's why they got rid of Bruce Buck. And that's why Peter Cech is walking too, because of those connections. But if they're keeping Marina, who has a better connection probably to Roman that Buck or Cech ever had, it means that she's an important cog in this whole. And
there's still a link to Roman too. You could argue there's still a link to Roman.
Yes, also, I want to add that everyone puts the blame on Marina. Every transfer that's made is Marina's fault, which is very incorrect. I was listening to the Athletic reporters who I trust their sources because they work very closely with Chelsea, who stated that most transfers that were made under the Abramovich era were a mixture and a conversation between a lot of parties, not just Marina. So this blame that Chelsea fans have that, it's Marina's fault for this, it's Marina's. No, what Marina's great at is negotiating and negotiating better than most people in the game.
And then look, she didn't bring the players in. She done the money side. The players were brought in by the scouts and the manager who, they wanted this player or that player. She done the money side. That's what she's an accountant, top accountant. And a lot of people got it wrong. And they still give us stick, some of them, which I don't like.
All right, let me catch up with the chat. Joe Cotton says she's gone. No, she's not. You've heard it from the panel. She's still behind the scenes, helping one way or the other, no matter, the capacity of her involvement. It still shows that she's valued to some measure, no matter how you see it. Declared Marina is only finishing the deals as she started. I don't think so. What deals did she start?
Claire, say something, please.
Man. You're talking rubbish as always. You ain't got.
Yeah, can I read the comment? Can I just read the comment?
No,
please.
Man. He doesn't have a clue. I don't know.
Yeah, let me read the comment. He's entitled to his opinion. Please, let me read. There's multiple people doing deals, but Barley is making the calls. Okay, and Marina is available, but she's not at the club. Yep, she doesn't have to be in the capacity that we're hearing that she's working with the club right now. Marina has left, but it's available as if need by the club. That's the statement. That's the truth. Oh, Nick, no. She isn't there. She is available to advise, not carry out deals. Another one, correct that. Yes, Liam, tell them. Kounde's deal is when she started. She doesn't have to be there for the deal to be completed. Here's my argument. Everything done, it's been, when it's such a capacity, and when you're talking about a club, an entity like Chelsea Football Club dealing with Sevilla, I think they document everything that's been done and where they're at. And it's, believe me, I can assure you that from the perspective of Chelsea, it wasn't just Marina who's been talking to, I think she does the business that all the people at the check will be educated on what's going on. Will be well acquainted on what's going on. All the people at the club will be well acquainted with what's going on with Sevilla and Chelsea Football Club, and will be well informed, if you want to phrase it that way. So the deal can still go ahead in her absence, like we've learned. I don't want to go into that. Again, no matter how it's defined in the Oxford Dictionary, it might still come across to some people as insulting. But that's, by the way, okay, I get it. You didn't mean to insult anybody. That's it. But that's by the way. But again, the threat that you're done with this channel doesn't sound good. I have to be honest with you. Again, if anybody doubts your loyalty and you respond, I don't have to read it. I don't have to. Okay, this Nick Blue guy just talks over everyone. Who says that, Moyo? I can't sit there. Okay, that's, by the way, Nick is just mentioning that. That's how I see it. Again, please, I don't think we are. We're here to talk about Marina.
I want to answer the comment he made about me.
No, you don't have to. You don't have to, Nick. You don't have to. You're a panelist. You don't have to. You don't have to respond to everything in the chat.
He hasn't got a clue, this guy. What's he talking about?
Be the bigger person, Nick. You don't need to. You can see things. And
it's as simple as that. Please, can I read the comments I'm reading? You listen, someone, please. I don't think we are here to talk about Marina again, because this is an interactive show. Every now and then something comes up, and then we have to address it. And there's a chance we, deviate from the main topic. But you're correct. We'll have to go back and talk about the player we want to talk about. Of course, she doesn't. But dealing with a new person could almost restart the deal. Let her finish her pieces. I get your argument, but I don't think that's the case. We're moving out right now. Let's move past Marina, shall we? We've already discussed that. What are we going to talk about now? Yeah, go ahead, Lionel. Lionel, you were saying something?
Me?
Yeah, were you saying something?
Yeah, I was saying.
Okay, go ahead, Bobby.
I was going to say that as far as De Ligt is concerned, I think it's a no-brainer. What we're trying to do, or what I believe we should be trying to do, is to replenish the gaps that we have in the team, vis-a-vis the loss of Rudiger, the loss of Christensen, and I'm not of the mind that we should deprive anybody from going to Barcelona. To the contrary, I want everybody to go to Barcelona, flood them with players, increase their wage bill even further, and help them to the bankruptcy they're looking for. If that's what they want, be our guest. So please take what's that guy that we got on the left
Raphinha.
No, the guy, our own player,
Alonso.
Alonso. We need Alonso to move on, because we've got to have, at the very least, Emerson as a backup to Chilwell. At the very least, I would rather Emerson moves on as well. Aspi, I think, is going to stay, because we may not get all the players we need, and he's going to be important to get people to settle in. especially the likes of De Ligt that are young. And even if we get a Koulibaly or a Kimpembe, they're going to need someone like Aspi to settle them in. That's where I think we should be going. I'm not. I know that one problem we're going to have more than anything else is offloading players, just like everybody else. That's why you see Man City so keen to get rid of Jesus, get rid of Sterling. They're trying to keep in order of financial fair play because they're being watched. They're already on a warning. And as I keep saying on platforms, after the World Cup, you will see an almighty kickoff on financial fair play. That's why PSG, they know they're on a timer. They're trying to get rid of Neymar, which is going to be almost impossible because they know their wage bill is just absolutely ridiculous. They're not generating that level of funding. They're all being financially doped by countries. So, it's a problem getting rid of players. And I think we're going to have to find ourselves almost giving away players, getting rid of players at values that will have, eyebrows being raised. But it's going to be the only way for us to get a lot of this deadwood off the wage bill.
While I'm still with you, Bobby. Yeah, go
Sorry?
ahead. I was going to ask something, Bobby, while I'm still with him, but go ahead, Ty.
Something that he just said about is going to be difficult. I think this is I'm not sure how much you guys know this, but I think we've been hearing that we're offering a lot of players in player swaps. I think because of that reason, I think because I think there's a risk that we may outprice some of them out of a sale. So I think it's that's one of the reasons why we're trying to, because I was even surprised to hear that we were looking to even offer Georgina in the deal for De Ligt in a player swap, and apparently there was one with Pulisic and Werner as well. So I was surprised to hear that. So I think because we know that for the sake of their careers and for the sake of them wanting to be in a team where they're allowed to do what they want to do in terms of the way that they want to play. I think that is one of the reasons why the club are trying to find a solution for them and find a solution for Tuchel. So that leaves enough slots there for him to get the players that he wants, or to get players that would actually fit into what he wants to do. So I think for that reason, with what Bobby just said about it's gonna be difficult, and especially with the point of Man City. That is why they're so quick. So people are saying, why are we so excited to see Man City so quickly to offload their deadwood players? I don't think it's like that. I think because of they deal with Holland, and they have more intention of getting in other players as well. They need to minimize the wage bill that they have in order to have a good one and to stay adrift of find themselves back in the same issue with financial fair play. So I think that's one of the reasons why they're so open to losing Jesus and Sturdy. I don't think it's because they don't value them, because we all know that they love to have depth, and with depth you need to have players who can actually do something for you on a day.
There's only a handful of clubs, and they're all English clubs, that have money. You're talking of people like Chelsea, Arsenal, Man City, Liverpool, Tottenham, Newcastle. They're the people with money at the moment. The rest of world football is struggling. Italian clubs are struggling for money. Spanish clubs, apart from Real Madrid that somehow manages to magic stuff up, are struggling, as we can see. Even the great Bayern Munich isn't really that buoyant this transfer. And that's why they put such a heavy price tag on Lewandowski. People need money. It's a buyer's market at the moment. Selling players is extremely difficult. Unless you're selling to a club that has the money and really wants to buy, it's hard. Look at the Dembele situation. He feels that he can go and set his price. No, he can't. Nobody has that money. And he's learning that. So, yes, we are really going to have to find ways to offload. This is the problem. And that's why we're doing this player exchange as well. And I don't believe half the players that are being linked with exchanges. But I do believe that the players at Chelsea that could possibly be up for exchange will be Werner because of his high wage, and Jorginho because it's been long sort of rumoured that it's time for him to move on, especially as a lot will depend on how Ampadu does in the CDM position over the pre-season. So offloading players for us is almost as important as bringing players in. Alonso has to go. Alonso really has to go. And I don't think Barcelona have the money for him. I think they've been bluffing. I think they're not going to go for him. And we're going to have to find some other way to offload him.
Yeah, I think probably what they're trying to do is tap them up and get them on a free. I'm not sure they really want them now.
Yeah, let them go. Let them go. They've still got to pay them wages, haven't they?
So Bobby, while I'm with you, the question I want to ask is this: we're looking at the rumors are that we're looking at a signing. We're looking at signing. What's his name? Kiulibaly.
Yeah.
De Ligt. And if what I'm seeing out there, things I'm seeing out there, what I'm reading out there, if they're correct, we also want Kounde also. So does it really make sense to still sign Kiulibaly while we're signing the other two, which will be De Ligt and Kounde?
I know that of the three, it's more than likely we'll get two. That's for sure, because we need to. We've lost two centre backs. So we need to replace them. I would prefer we actually get three, but if we get three, it will come at the cost of one of our academy graduates. And that's what I'm concerned with, because if we get three of them, you may find that Levi Colwell will go out on loan again. And poor old Dejan Sterling, who I think is ready to be given a bit of a chance, may need to be sent out again. That's what's going to happen. But, if you want to stay at the top, you've got to be brutal. The Jules Kounde deal is not over. Then I don't know why people think we've turned our backs on that. We haven't. I just think, I think stuff is still happening. And I think it will probably be done by that deadline. The one I'm not sure about is Kiulibaly. I know his agent was in London talking to the club, but there's a huge reluctance in Napoli to let him go. Massive. That's going to be quite a wrench. Can we do it? I think we can. If we're focused on it, we can. De Ligt, I think we can certainly do. I don't think we're going to need to spend up to 100 million. I think if Juventus see within the region of about 80, they'll buckle. They'll know we're serious. Because the player wants to leave, so what's the point? What's the point in keeping hold of him? So that's the area of dealings we need to be looking at now. We can't afford any more sentiments anymore. We've got to be brutal in what we do for the rest of the summer.
Here's where I have a problem. I have a problem with that. If you ask me, is this now? De Ligt can play on the left and also on the right. And we already have Trevor Chalobah, and De Ligt can also lead the middle comfortably. He's capable of doing that. So if we're really saying we're signing, and also we have Levi Colwell, of which I believe the club wants to keep. That's me. So it wouldn't make sense to, So it wouldn't make sense to still sign Kiulibaly while we're signing De Ligt and we're signing Jules Kounde. You got my argument now.
This is the thing. I did say that it's more likely that of the three, we will get two of them because we need two of them. It's a little bit perhaps greedy on my part to be looking at three, but they're three exceptional players. And, I like the best players at my club. But in reality, it will look like we will get two out of the three. And perhaps a forward player. That just looks the way we're going. That's it. De Ligt, yes, he can play. He fits the bill. That's what Tuchel likes, isn't it? Players that can play in different positions, and he does that, as does Jules Kounde. So the person that would really be at risk will be Kiulibaly. But we actually need him. We need all three of them, because Kiulibaly is a monster. You know, I don't mean that disrespectively, but you know, he's a monster in
No, I
defense.
understand what you mean by that in terms of
Yeah,
his abilities.
and that's what we need. We need that physical strength, height, good in the air. He's not that bad on the ball for a big guy. You know, I just think left to me, I would go for all three at the expense of one of our academy guys. That would be my choice.
Lionel, your thoughts? Okay, while we wait for Lionel to come back, looks like he's muted. I think I'll come back to Ty or Nick, either of the two, that whoever is available. It says, Joe Cotton, how about, again, let me highlight this so we can round off the show with it, talking about that. Just really say, so in the De Ligt deal, if you were once a Pulisic instead of Werner, are you willing to let him go? Ty, are you available to answer this one?
I am available, yes.
Okay, great. I wanted to start with Lionel and his back. Lionel,
Okay,
do you think?
Then.
Okay, thank you, brother. Thank you for understanding. Lionel, the question is, let me just go back to this picture. Do you think it makes sense to sign Koulibaly, De Ligt, and Kounde, given the players we already have available, especially on the right-hand side, where we have Trevor Chalobah, and James can sometimes play there, and there's a chance his Aspilicueta to play, and he can execute that role, the right centre back role, comfortably. And on the left, we still have Levi Colwill, and De Ligt can play on the left. So does it really make sense to get the three of them, to get Koulibaly, Kounde, and De Ligt?
Yeah, not necessarily, especially with the Koulibaly situation. I understand his experience and what he would bring to the team, but I don't think he's a necessity. I think if you have someone like Thiago Silva already there, that experience can bridge a lot of gaps. And also, Kounde has played in some pretty big matches, so he's also, although he's young too, he's also got a bit of big match experience under his belt. So I think 2 out of the 3 would be great. Like someone said previously, I don't think we need all 3, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it's just like Bobby said. I forgot how he phrased it. I think it just doesn't make sense. And these are big name players, and I don't think if the 3 of them, if we already see that we're getting for instance, because what position are we getting the lead to play? Because we're already really getting Kounde, and we have Chalobah, which means the lead will be playing on the left or lead from the middle. I'm talking about the back 3, because he's shown at Juventus he can play on the right, he can play on the left, he can equally play lead from the middle, wherever the manager wants him to play. So I don't think we're getting the 3 of them. Actually, I don't think so. I think we need to balance it up with youth. Yeah, the balance, that experience is needed too, but it just looks like the club is considering dropping one of them. From what we're hearing, it looks like they're not prioritizing Kounde, from what we're hearing. And we've heard before that that's if in fact that's the truth, that Kounde wasn't really took a strides, but I don't believe that for one bit. It's just everywhere. But I'll come back to the panel in a bit. Let me see what we have here. Capo TV says, I'm foaming the man. As an Arsenal fan, that you are potentially getting Raphinha. I thought we had a chance of getting him. Here's the truth, mate. You don't have Champions League football. So I think even if you guys offer the same amount of money and Chelsea offers the same amount of money, he should Chelsea over you guys. That's just the truth. But again, welcome to the channel. Nice to see you here. If you haven't, please keep liking the video. We have how many more likes? I think 31 more likes to get to the end, to get to 200 likes. And the show will be ending in a bit. So we'll be taking the first question. But Nick, just to come to you before I go to Ty. Ty, I hope you understand. Do you think we need Koulibaly, De Ligt, and also Kounde, given the players we already have at the club?
Yes, I think we do. Koulibaly we need because, he's a Rudiger sort of player who can replace him. He's, he does what Rudiger did for us. Could be even more. So I want Koulibaly there. Plus, We have too many youngsters. We need they're all great youngsters. Don't get me wrong. Chalobah, I like all of them. James, of course, he's already becoming world class. But you still, and legit, he's great, but he's 22. You need someone like Silva. Silva, he's
By the way, I like it whenever you call him legit.
Legit, yeah. That's his name. Legit, sorry. Yeah.
Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, he's become French for me now. No, legit, yeah. Legit. And, yeah, we need Koulibaly, of course. And Kounde also, he's a good player. We've been after him for a long time. He's been after us more than that, than we have. So it's about time he's been, it has to be done. If he wants to come here, I think he will. And I think also Koulibaly, they're talking right now. So, let's hope we get him. He's very important. For me, Koulibaly is the most important one to bring in out of every single player here. He's the most important. Out of Sterling, out of Raphinha, everyone. And, and anyway, yeah, so we need these three players, of course, to go along with our great young guys. You need them, you do need them. And we're trying to get these three players. We're still trying, it's still possible. And Dembele, well, don't forget Dembele. If Rafinha doesn't go through, which looks like he might not, if Sky Sports are correct for once, which I doubt, it could be Dembele. Because Tuchel does want him as well. So, yeah, it could. They said we should be getting these players. I still think we will. It's taking time. I know we're going right to the end nearly, but they will come. Yeah, we definitely need these three players. You said, yeah.
So Nick and Bobby thinks we need the three of them. I don't think we do. Again, that's my argument, but I get where you're coming from, Nick. So thank you very much for that great input. And here, just we all are consoling Capo TV. Capo TV. By the way, we should talk about a collab. Hit me up on Twitter so we can connect. I've shared Tide Talks YouTube channel link. Please go check it out. I'm trying to get Nick's link again to share with you. But I don't know. I think Nick has some good videos also. I will try and do that by the end of the show. But you can find Nick's complete information in the description of this video when the video is ready. Says Capo, you can rest. We might not get him. There's a chance that happens. And Capo says, I cannot see Barcelona keeping Dembele and getting Raphinha. There's a chance that happens. But then again, they know how to pull a rabbit out of the hat in terms of getting money to do whatever they want to do. You will get either one of them. That may well be, but we'll see what happens. Who do you think? That's a question to Jusville. According to Ben Jacobs, we ain't willing to meet Dembele's wage. We've always suspected that would be an issue, and that may well be the case. And then he's probably going. Will he go to PSG? I don't know, because like Bobby mentioned, they are on the urge of defaulting the FFP rules. But we'll see what happens. Barcelona cannot get all these players. Lewandowski, they are broke. Yep, that's the truth. We've argued that. But the Czech left yesterday. Buck left, of course, quickly followed Marina. All three are available for advice if Bolly wants, but Bolly is doing deals. Again, the truth is that debunks the fact that people thinking they were fired. They were never fired. And Lee says, Capo TV, Dembele is already off the books and it's not coming. He's already off the books, and I don't think they will work to keep him. It remains to be seen. Let's see what happens. Some people still argue that he'd remain at Barcelona. Chelsea will be making a mistake signing De Ligt and not going for Bremer. He was much better last season. He won a Serie A player of the season. But let's see what happens. Again, we argue differently. Again, let's see what do we have here.
Can I say something about Bremer?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I quickly? Now, Bremer is a player that I really, really wanted. I wanted him probably even ahead of Kiulibaly. But I've come to understand that it'll be very problematic to get Bremer because, and that, he's likely to go to Inter. because Bremer is trying to get Italian citizenship, and I think he has to continue living and working in Italy for a number of years. So that's going to be very difficult based on that fact alone.
Yeah, I guess that's a good argument. But again, if you remember, Bobby, show the player the money, they will follow it, no matter what they say. But you make a good argument there. It may be that reason makes it very difficult to get him. Christopher Gata is going to be appointed as the PSG manager next week. Dembele has to decide whether he wants to work with him or to go. Up to him. Again, if I were Ousmane Dembele, I'd go for the manager under whom I had the best form of my life, because since Thomas Tuchel, he's never measured his performance for Dortmund anywhere else, which is Barcelona alone. Again, anything else to keep Pulisic, Kiulibaly would give us good years. Yeah, you get 2 more years maybe, and his price is not very high. But that's my point. Should we be going for the 3 of them? We have Ampad, who can also play as a centre back. We have all the good players in those positions that we're buying the 3 of them. So I don't think we should get the 3 of them. What else do we have here? Yes, good to sign Kiulibaly, De Ligt, and Kounde. The 3 of them. Okay, good. People have their opinions, and I respect that. Don't you think we need a scoring centre midfield that can bag in 15 goals a season, or midfield? Again, we've had that argument on the panel here. I argued that we should be looking at midfielders with better goals contribution. The Cloud argue otherwise, that the way we play, our midfielders aren't expected to score more goals or create more chances. And my argument on that with my brother Declared is an example I used was Kovacic, who's been able to create chances from deep, for Romelu Lukaku, and even Jorginho has done it. It's just that they haven't done it consistently. That's just that. And we need, again, if you ask me, I say yes, we need midfielders who will contribute to the goals who score. Again, they haven't done well for a while now for us. Lemlin says a former Man City CEO, Tom Gluck, reported to take over the day running of the club. Yep, I read that too. Legit. Yep, I think I'll be calling him Legit. It's a good name to call him. If he does well, then he warrants to be called Legit. Glick. Yeah, okay, I remember Glick, because when I read it, I didn't look well. I nearly called him Click. So you're correct. I think the correct spelling is Glick, not Glock. Tom Glick is the proper name. Yep, thank you very much for that. They were not fired, but none are at the club. Yep, again, people are saying they were fired. It's Clarence, Todd Bolly clearing the club to do better, but I don't think that's the case. The Dembele doesn't have to make up this man, or Dembele doesn't have to make up his mind of who he wants to play for. It's more he will be playing for whoever wants him now, whoever can, afford his salary. But that's, by the way, quickly, let's try and take questions we have here and round off with it, because I don't think there's any need to ask any questions. So let me start with you. We've lost Lionel. Let me start with you on this one. Let's keep it snappy, because we've gone beyond usually. We end at 3 hours, 15 minutes, and we've gone in 27 minutes right now. The question is, Nick, for you, why was the Kounde deal suspended and still not done? Any ideas? Okay, let me start with you, Ty. Can you go ahead and answer that one when Nick comes back? I think I'll have another question for him.
I think it is down to the importance of replacing, Rudiger, or having a replacement on that left side. And I think the priority has shifted from getting in Kounde, because we all know that Kounde can only play on the right side. So we have 2 players who can still do that, although some people say that one isn't competent enough to do the job, and one will say that the other one necessarily does better when he's playing as a right wing back, and we have one in Chalobah as well. So I think the plan is people are saying that we keep Aspie. Aspie really wants to get a new challenge in. He's been asking to be allowed to do that. So I think it's down to us trying to find the best solution on that left side. And we have heard mentions of Koulibaly and De Ligt. And I mean, with De Ligt, there is also a possibility that he plays in the center. So I think it's down to us trying to find a long-term replacement on that left side and find a central replacement as well for Silva, because he is going to be 39 soon. I think it's probably
Mhm.
next year or this year. I'm not sure. But I think that it's important that we have replacements lined up. Because I think, even with Koulibaly, people want Koulibaly. I'm open to it because I never got to answer that question as well. The three of them is likely. The only thing is
Oh
that
yeah, sorry.
yeah,
Apologies, but
yeah,
go ahead, answer it now.
yeah, there's no problem there. And I think that would just leave a question on where Levi Cowell's game time lies. I know that we'll be playing a lot of games. I know there's 5 subs, but where does that leave him? Will he be opened? And I think the obligation that these players are having now is that because they've been at the club for years, and because of what recently happened with a lot of youth getting the opportunity, they may feel a bit obligated that, what, I'm doing good at. I can't be going on loan every season and
Hmm.
having no pathway to the first team. So it leaves the question, where does this leave him? But I think Koulibaly and as well as De Ligt is probably key, because you need somebody with that leadership skill, and both have it. So I think in that regard, I think probably both is key. But I think the reason why the Kounde deal has probably not been completed yet is, one, they know that he has an eagerness to join Chelsea since last summer, and he was disappointed when the deal fell through. And I think for me, if truth is behind the Leeds, being open to join Chelsea, and he really wants to come to the club, that leaves you with two players that actually have some level of eagerness to join the club, Kounde and De Ligt. So, and I mean, I said that Tuchel doesn't really have that certain pull, that can pull players and attract them in some players. When I say some players, I mean certain players. And I think, people got the wrong impression of what I was saying. But I think, with Tuchel has won the Champions League with us. He's won all the trophies, and he's done things, under a year, that will attract certain individuals, and what he's done with certain players. So I think in that regard, it is important to note that certain players will come and say, what, I like what this manager is doing. My career is probably not going the way I want it to go. And he's a manager that, in a sense, puts his hand around his players' shoulders and try to encourage them. So in that sense, I think in that regard, we could persuade certain players to come in. But I just feel like with Kounde, I think there's a belief that he'll be willing, to wait, and I don't really like that impression. But I think it's down to the more importance of filling in that centre back role than the left centre back.
Yeah, I think you make a good argument there. Why we need the three of them, it makes sense. And quickly here, just for says, according to what I read, Chelsea representatives were at Sevilla for 3 days, and Sevilla won more. So the deal is not yet done. Again, it gets a drag on. Before I ask the next person again, I want to read it. We need to go back to having a spine in the team like Czech, Terry, Lampard, Drogba. We've talked about that here, and I get your argument there. And again, we need to have just how many more likes to get to 200 likes. It's not far fetched. Around I think around 29 more likes to get to 200 likes, and we can get there. So please keep liking the video if you haven't, and also do subscribe to the channel. We have just a few minutes to round off. True Blue, again, Joe Curtin, not Lampard, it took a system. Yep, that's the truth. Lampard will be a waste. Stewart Frampton says, gonna be a busy month. Players are now able to move, official deals done. 1st July transfer window is open. Yeah, that's the truth. Thank you so much for that, Stewart. I appreciate that comment there. Again, the comment now I want you to deal with, Bobby, if you're there, is this one here, which is more like a suggestion that says, I wish Tuchel would get a Firmino from Liverpool. I'd say yes. Why aren't we looking at him? To me, I think he'd do well in Tuchel's system because he's not a traditional number 9, if you ask the way I see it. Your thoughts, Bobby? Yeah. Have we lost Bobby? Anybody can come in. Ty, Nick, are you there? Okay, it looks like we've lost everybody on the panel.
I'm,
Ty, are
I'm
you there?
here, yes.
Yeah. Oh.
So Nick,
It's the two of us.
okay.
Yeah, it's me and you, Ty. You want to
Okay,
answer
Nick.
me? It's okay.
How about the again, Nick? If you can, while you're talking, get the link. I can't find the channel, because it's pretty much new. What I'm seeing there, isn't it? I can't find it with those names. But Nick, quickly, what do you think about the suggestion about us for us to get Firmino?
Firmino, I don't think we are, because we're going after different players. I don't think we're going to. We're not even looking at him. I don't know how old is he now. He must be getting on to 30.
Yeah, I think he's approaching that number.
Yeah, so I don't think we're looking at him. That's why, he's gonna. What's the point getting Firmino? We have players like that. They're younger, so we have players really. I don't think we're looking at him. I don't. He's a good player. Don't get me wrong, but how many players we're gonna get? We can't get every single player. Let's hope we get the ones we're after. The main priority. For me, that's I wasn't even thinking of Firmino. Yeah,
I haven't thought about it, but I thought when I read that, I thought maybe it was a good comment. But I understand. Lee says that we have a false nine. Yes, we have a few of them, and Kai is younger, and you can argue more technically gifted than Firmino. So Nick, I agree with you. And True Blue here, that's a delicious comment. Says proof Marina is gone. Sevilla trying to screw more out of the new guy. That may well be the case because I think I agree with that one. Again, here it says we don't need Firmino. We're going to have Hassan Broya. That's the truth. Broya, you can say, is a mashup of a traditional number 9 and a false 9. So, Ty, you take this one here, which says Neymar will come. It's not a question. This is Connor Knight saying that Neymar will come.
That would what I would be calling a marquee signing.
If he comes.
If it's not,
do you know why I suspect it's a possibility? But go ahead when you're done.
Yeah, if he comes,
so you don't think it will come, right?
Oh, you think it's a possibility? I mean, I think that it's very slim right now, because I think the way he was speaking, I know he had an interview. He said like he was falling out of love with football. I feel like I think it's 30 actually. For one, he may not want a big move, because I think in the near future he may try to minimize his career in a sense. I think he may want to try to win the World Cup with Brazil. So I feel like he may want to continue to stay fresh in terms of game time and everything. And PSG are slowly looking like they want to axe him. So I think in that regard, he may find a move. I think a move for him is possible, but I really don't know if it's going to be happening per se. It could happen, and if it happens, I'll be all for it, because I mean it's a signing that would attract a lot of new fans, and that's why I say it would be a nice marquee signing, foreign marquee signing, because I know we want to find 2 marquee signings from England, and that is supposedly Sterling and if I'm not mistaken, Declan Rice possibly. So I think in that sense, if it happens, I wouldn't be against it. I think he adds creativity to the team, and I mean that is a big part of his game. And I mean we most of the times we do good with these Brazilian players. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but I mean I can remember 2 players actually were good for us, and then the latter one, unfortunately, his performance.
I think the only Brazilians we've had issues with are Brazilians we signed directly from South America.
Yeah. I mean Kennedy hasn't really worked out. Obviously, I know we had Willian and we had Ramirez, and I mean
there's Kennedy.
I know he doesn't identify himself as a Brazilian, but he's Brazilian by birth. But that's Diego Costa. So, I mean, that's another
different.
Brazilian.
We signed him from Europe. Remember, I think it was True Blue that made that argument. Brazilians that we've signed from South America don't usually do well for us. Only Brazilians were signed from Europe, who had already played somewhere in Europe. They do well for us.
Yeah, and I wouldn't they score against us.
Okay, let's see here. Again, let me read this comment. I think Bobby's back, and I'll try to bring him in before we round up. It says, Broya will be asking for a transfer by the middle of August. There's a chance that happens if he doesn't get enough game time. Because the truth is, like I've argued before, he's already seen there are no shortage of clubs willing to pay what tells pay and secure his signature. So if he comes to Chelsea, he's not getting enough game time, then he may well be seeking to leave the club. But it remains to be seen whether the club will let him go, because he still have up to 3-4 years left on his contract. But we see what happens. And this quickly, I agree with that. If the club doesn't use him as a make way for a deal, and there's a chance that happens. If the club really wants Declan Rice, and as we've heard, they want him. And Napoli also, I heard. Sorry?
Bulgarize.
Yeah, exactly. So you don't know. We don't know what's going to happen. There's a chance Chelsea use him for make way for a deal for a player they want. I hope that doesn't happen, because I really like the kid. But we'll see what happens. Says anything else? What's happening to my screen? Would you try to take Eriksen on a free, stopping him going to United, a potential rival next year? Bobby, you take that one.
Sorry, if that's stopping who going?
Eriksen, because he's a fine player, but I don't think he fits in Tuchel's system. I think he could, because he can play. He can execute the number 8 position very well. But go ahead, Bobby.
Do you know what? Right, Eriksen is a wonderful player, but I will be afraid to take him at Chelsea. You know why? We've had enough issues. We've had enough issues. What haven't we seen at Chelsea? Is it sanctions? Is it player bans? We've even seen one of our former joint owners sadly die in a helicopter crash. I mean, we've had enough. We've seen a lot of things. The last thing we want to see is have a player come and then have some kind of health problem on the pitch. I don't want to see that.
God.
And
But you don't think it's fine now?
Well, you never know with these things. He's had it once. He's been given, clearly he's been told by medics he's fit to play or he wouldn't be playing. But the human body is a funny thing. And, once you start going down that road, I don't know. I don't want to say negative things to him, but that's what scares me about him. And maybe it's wrong to feel that way. Maybe the guy can run 1 million marathons for the next 20 years. I don't know. But that's the only thing that scares me. But apart from that, he's an excellent player. But is he what we need? Probably. I don't know. I think we need more physicality. That's why I'm looking at the defense. I'm looking at the midfield. And I do believe we've still got our eye on Declan Rice. I think we're going to go for him towards the later part of the transfer window. Trouble is, will we get him? I don't know. It depends on what we do to tempt West Ham. Will it be Broja? I doubt if we're looking to get rid of Broja. Broja has been at Cobham all this while. He's been training. He's doing a pre-season, And I just think he's going to come out very motivated at pre-season because he knows it's a big one for him. Now, is it really what we need, having our strike force as Broja, Havertz, and Sterling? Well, it's certainly different, that's for sure. It's not what I expected, but it might end up being very potent because we're due a potent strike force. We've suffered enough in that field. And I can't see us getting rid of Broja unless suddenly we decide to make a beeline for someone like Lewandowski, who has said he's not really ready to go anywhere because he doesn't have to until Barcelona's sorted out. But I don't know if Barcelona will be sorted for the next 5 years, really. That club needs to go into austere measures. and that takes time. So I don't know.
And they're not, but they're not doing. They don't. They're acting like they don't care.
Well, they're not doing that, are they? You know, there's a lot of pride going on there. They want to stay relevant. They're pushing out a lot of why they're linked to every single player. That they're pushing out a lot of media propaganda, and I don't think that's the way. They need to take a step back. It might cost them a bit because in terms of their success, but Barca will always be Barca. If they cut their coat according to their cloth and do what we did, we went through a whole season relying on our academy. What's happened to the Mastaya, whatever it is they call themselves, their academy? They've got a lot of young players they could use for a season or two to get them through these choppy waters. But that's their problem. It's not our problem.
Yeah.
But, you know,
Yes.
I just...
Go ahead.
I just think, you know, the likes of Armando Broja, he has a future, depending on what we want to do in the transfer market. The transfer market activity is massive for us, you know, and we've got to get stuff done. We've got to realign our focus, and that should be in the defensive positions. Physicality is what we should be looking for now.
Yeah. I think we have to have a balance of physicality, intelligence, ability on the ball, and all this thing to have. To have a perfect defensive line. So that's perfect. Boy, with striker again, I don't think Tuchel plays with a traditional striker, no matter how you see it. And I don't think, to me, I'd argue Richarlison isn't really an out number 9. Joe Cotton says, could you see a pop-up? That ship had already sold. I think he's joining Juventus. Correct me if I'm wrong. Again, playing for Chelsea, maybe if paired with Kante would do well. Again, that's me. Triple says Ericsson has a pacemaker. Dali Blind has 1-2 and plays every week. So he's arguing that wouldn't be an issue. Again, I get the argument there. Says Joe Cotton, no to power. But again, that ship had already sold. I think he's joining Juventus. Pogba has agreed to move to Juve. Here's one thing we have here again. Where's another question here? I think let's round off with this one from Just Viola. Okay, let's go for this one before Just Viola's one. And I'll start with you. Anybody on the panel, if you know any free transfer player you want to talk about that we should go with, just quickly.
What do you guys think
before
about
we do
Balotelli?
that, Coach? Can I just raise awareness of one thing? Yet again, as to our transfer market dealings, I've got to say, you know, let's have it right, if I may steal Johnny Minerals' term.
Oh my gosh, my dream came true.
You know, we've got to be careful of Spurs and Arsenal. You know, Tottenham is going to be very strong next season. Trust me. The London battle is going to be fierce. And if they
may well not win the league, but they're going to be really strong.
Well, I don't even know about that. I think they're going to be competing. Trust me. All those guys in place with a full preseason with Antonio Conte, they're not going to be the Spurs of old. That's for sure. Arsenal have done a lot of good business and are still doing business. And as I've said, the London battle is going to be fierce. And if we're not ready, them lot are going to blow us out the water because they're full of anger towards us because of our success. So we've got to be relevant. We've got to keep ourselves in the game, because if you fall away, look at Man United, look at Arsenal, it takes years to get back into that top 4 regularly. It really does.
Yep, I do agree with you. Before I let Ty come in, we have 173 likes, there's 27 more to get to 200. That's fine. I appreciate that. I'm very thankful. Thank you for your support. And we need just 3 more likes, 3 more subscribers to get to 3,150, almost nearly 70 subscribers this morning, which is great. If you haven't, please just take a second to like the video and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. So Ty, you wanted to say something?
I was asking you. I was asking
go ahead.
What do you guys think about Balotelli? Was it Balotelli or I don't remember. I think
Mario Balotelli. Balotelli.
No, not Mario. What's his name? He was at Torino, I think it was. Torino.
Another, not Balotelli of Man City before.
No, I'm talking another one. I think he's Italian. I think it's Italian.
It's a player that I don't know. So what's your thought? You know him well? Tell us about him if you want him.
Andrea Bellotti, that's his name. He's a free. You said if we have any free agent that you guys.
Are you talking about Bellotti?
Yeah, I think Andrea Bellotti. Yeah, that's it.
A striker.
He's a free agent now.
But he's a traditional number 9, isn't he?
Yeah, he's 28, so he's in his prime.
Being a traditional striker is an issue for me under Thomas Tuchel. That's why I wouldn't even consider getting him.
He's not that
so don't you think there should be a change?
Ty, he's not that good.
I don't.
You see him play for Italy.
Yeah.
You know, he's not a good player. We wouldn't even think about him, let alone buy him.
I was just asking because he's a free.
Because
he was about free agent. That's
but it doesn't mean if they're free, we got to go and get them.
Here's the thing. Yeah. Nick makes a good argument there, but quickly let me read this. I think this is truly trying to tell us that Barca will have enough money to do business. He says Barca will be getting 500 million plus a year from TV match rights sales. There are 20 years deal. Their debt will be cleared in just 5 seasons and still have that's in 5 seasons. Okay, right now they're still in deep doo-doo. I get that. And here's LBZ. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to join us today before, and we're about to round off the show in a bit. He says, Bellotti, I realized he was talking about Bellotti. I wouldn't advocate getting a traditional number 9, especially one that's in their prime. Maybe one that will be comfortable sitting on the bench and only comes on when Thomas Tuchel deems his fit that he needs a traditional number 9. At this point, I'd say no, pressing forward. He says he's a pressing forward. Yep. I say it's a traditional number 9, but he's okay to make the step to Chelsea, maybe a bit high, or maybe you say if he's comfortable sitting on the bench and only comes on when we need a traditional number 9. He was linked to the EPL a few years ago, even to us. There was a time we talked about signing him, but we did not sign him. So, Nick, do you have any free agent you have in mind you think we should sign?
Not really. I just want the players we after. That's all. I want really. Forget the free. Free signings. There's no one. Worth. There's no one out there really who's on a free. I can't think of anyone that Chelsea would want really. But Bellotti, especially. I don't think we. Like I said, we're not even looking at him.
It wouldn't make sense.
No, of course not. I don't know. Lewandowski's his contract's up as well.
Nope. Nope. Lewandowski contract isn't up. That's why Barca asking what's his name? Bayern Munich asking for more money.
Yeah.
And they, I think, like Bobby said, they know
the only traditional. Number 9 only was Lewandowski, you know that. But there's no one out there. And we don't really need a traditional 9 because we don't play that way. We have we get Dembele or Raphinha still could be. It looks doubtful according to Sky Sports, but I don't believe them. I'll find out tomorrow. But Dembele. We have Sterling's going to come. He's supposed to sign today. I don't know what's going on still. He's supposed to sign, and we have Havertz, we have Mount, we have Gallagher, we have players. So I don't think we're going to even bother trying to get a number 9.
No, it wouldn't make sense on that, Thomas Tuchel. But Nick, your final thoughts on everything we've talked about before you go ahead. Ty just showed me. Ty says he's an agent for. He says he told Rafinha to join on my. Ty, speak for yourself. What you told Rafinha, and he saw your story.
I told Rafinha to join on my Instagram story. So I said, "Don't do this to us, Rafinha," and then I tagged him. And when I checked to see who viewed it, I saw
He
Raphinha
viewed
below.
it.
Yeah, he viewed
Yeah,
it. So
yeah,
you
really,
never know.
yeah, that's good. Yeah,
Okay,
but
let me just read
yeah,
this
let's
quickly,
see what
Nick.
happens with that. I mean,
Yeah,
yeah,
congratulations, Ty.
final
That's
thoughts.
never easy. You're scouting for Chelsea. Nick, if you don't mind, let me read this quickly. Just
He,
want to say
he
that I
might
have a
have
list
thought
of.
you were a Barcelona fan. How does he know what you're talking about?
Okay.
No, he doesn't think so because it's an edited photo of him in a Chelsea shirt, so he can never think that it's
Oh yeah,
Barcelona.
he has. Yeah, that's right. I've seen him in a Chelsea shirt.
So just Viola
Yeah.
says, I have a list of free agent. Maybe tomorrow, if we still have signed anybody, yeah, tomorrow come with it. And True Blue says, we operated with a 1.6 billion debt. Again, they can clear debt and still buy players, etc. But you could argue our case is different. So Nick, over to you. That means that they being back. Yep, that's the truth. Nick, your thoughts on everything we talked about today?
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's been a very interesting show, as always. You know, we have our differences. We argue with each other, but that's what it's about. We have to. You know,
Yeah.
we have our opinions. Sometimes we get carried away, like me. You know, I don't want to mention anyone. Myself, I do get carried away because that's how I am.
We all do.
Yeah, we all do. Well, it was very interesting. It started off with optimism with Raphinha. You know, we're gonna wait till tomorrow. Then these Sky Sports, they have to break some silly news to make us feel a bit down. You know, that's what it is. I don't believe it really, but I think they still the decision. He will make his decision tomorrow. Really, that's what I think. But even if it doesn't come, if he doesn't want to be here, we don't want him anyway. So, bring in Dembele for me. It'd be a good signing. He's a great player. Tuchel really wants him. And, we have the Dembele, Sterling, we have Havertz, we have Broja. Broja, I don't want him to go to West Ham. God, he's young. He's going to be a great player. And I don't want any exchanges for Broja. Not even Declan Rice. He's a good player. I hope he stays with us. And I'm just looking forward. I can't wait till the season starts, really. And yeah.
Thank you very much, Nick. Again, for that, I like the way you round off the show today. We all have the right to disagree, to agree. There's always something to learn from one another. We're all passionate about our club, and sometimes we'll go overboard. So thank you very much for kindly saying that, Nick. That's a very kind of you. Ty, your final thoughts on everything we said today. And Nick, please, before you go, I wasn't able to find the direct link to your channel. You have to find it, send it to me so I can add it. And I'm looking for something I wrote about Bobby a while ago, but I'm going to have to write a new one to add them to the panel because he's been great for this channel overall. Ty, go ahead. Tell us what you think about everything we've talked about today.
Wow, I can't believe it. I finally get to speak before Bobby, so you won't see later what to say. Okay, no, with everything, it was I really enjoyed the little debate on Raphinha and Ziyech at one point, then with Dembele and the preference and everything. But I do believe that with everything we just have to wait. I think it's a waiting game for Chelsea fans. I know every time I come onto your streams, I always say that we just need to be patient. We need to wait. And that one time I was really concerned because every good player, quote unquote, was leaving the market. So I think at the end of it all, I just think we just need to wait and see because we've seen Todd Bowley has proven to us that he's not joking around. He's willing to do what needs to be done, and he's willing to get the players that Tuchel wants, or to get profiles that Tuchel would love to get in. It's just about us, finding the best agreement and trying to find the best solutions, to ensure that we don't have any upset at the end of it all. I just hope that we get signings in time, that they'll be getting at least a few days of preseason or a few weeks, if possible, before the season starts, because we need to see what needs to be done, what adjustments, what developments need to happen, in the team, and to see where it would go. But it was a good stream. I wanted to contribute a bit more, but I unfortunately couldn't because of personal reasons. But it was a good stream, and I was listening to it as well. Especially what Leon and I think Jules was on as well. What they were saying, the debate. I think it was Rodrigo was on as well, if I'm not mistaken. So I think it was a good one, and it was a good debate. It was a nice show. And by the way, I see Lee say that he's a free agent. I've been a free agent since last month. So you can, and the best thing about it is that I'm a Chelsea fan, so you don't need to pay me. I'll work for free. I'll be a left back.
Yeah. We're all passionate and we all do love the club. And LBC says, I'll be with you tomorrow, brother. I understand. Well, it's not an obligation. We're all busy. We're all busy again. And bills don't pay themselves. So, again, if you have all the things that trumps you participate in the show, totally understandable. And whenever you have time, the door is always open to you, brother. IBZ. Thank you very much, brother, for saying that. And Lee says, I am a free agent from 1995. So come and offer me a contract. Yep. Again, these days, age don't matter. If you played in 95 as a DM, yeah, let's get you. If you can get the job done for us, I'm all for it. At least we can be saying he used to come on to Chelsea Perspective. He used to be in the chat there, and now he's a DM for Chelsea Football Club. So I'll try to advocate for the club to come and get you. That's fine. Great stream. Great to have you back, Coachila. Thank you very much, and great to make sure to always have familiar faces in the chat and the new faces. And thank you. Now, Bobby, your thoughts on everything we've talked about today, so we can call it a day.
Yeah, Raphinha. Well, I'm not even thinking about Raphinha right now. I think sometimes when you think you're going to be disappointed by something, you look at what you've got and you realize that there are options. This is a big preseason. The likes of Conor Gallagher, who knows, maybe even Billy Gilmore can start to show their worth. I think it's a massive opportunity for these returning loanees. And just like we saw with Trevor Chalobah, one of them may eventually have the opportunity to step up and take it. I think Raphinha will be foolish to turn down a move to Chelsea. But if he does, that's his loss, and we move on. I think we need to focus very, very much on our defensive needs and our midfield needs, because those are the real weaknesses. We have lost players there, and we need to replace them. As for the deadwood, it'll be very interesting to see how we get rid of those players. This is the legacy from the old board. I know some of us believe that some people there could turn water into wine. That's fine. You want to believe that, that's okay. But I just look at it for what it is. And I think they've left quite a mess for the new owners. They really haven't made their work that easy. Thank God for Roman and what he's done for the club. The fact that he handed over a club to them debt-free. So really, it's up to them now. They've got to step up to the plate. They've had to do a lot of things in a very short period of time, but it is what it is, and, if they get themselves organized and they put the club back where it should be, we're going to be all right. But if they don't, starting with making correct signings this summer, it might end up being a very, very torrid time for us for a while to come.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bobby, for the way you put those things. Yeah, again, one thing I appreciate so much you're saying is that we're all entitled to our opinions. We have every right to say some people performed miracle, and you have every right to say you think otherwise. Again, that's why we're here. Otherwise, we wouldn't have a show. But again, thank you to everybody on the panel. Again, I will try the best I can. I will not try. Again, it's not fair that Bobby's always on the panel and I will not have his information in the chat. Any other person that participates on the panel needs to have their information in the description section whenever the video is ready. So I apologize that I've missed it out of swipe, but I will type it out so that it will be easier for me to always plug it in. But I have something nice that I wrote about Bobby a while ago. I'll try and find it. If not, I'll write another one. With that, I say thank you to everyone on the panel. Again, don't forget to go check out Tide Talks and YouTube channel, and also Nick's YouTube channel. Please make sure to go do that. Come on board, Don. Lee, that was addressed to you. I get that. Says I thought so. Just okay. Deadwood identified by Manalo. Again, that's your argument. We're all entitled to our opinions. Again, I cannot thank you guys enough. With everybody in the chat, from Just Viola to Lee to Leon Lane, who was here a minute ago, to True Blue for all the input. To IBZ, my brother, to Rodrigo, who was on the panel. And if I missed your name, apologies. I'm only a human. And with that, we've come to the end of the show. That's a chance I host another show later today. But definitely the automated stream will come. And with that, I say, God bless us all and bye.